Did you get your agenda? Okay.
So sorry, 6 minutes.
All right. Welcome to the Clovis Council meeting for March 17, 2025. We'll call the meeting to order at 6:01. At this time, we're going to have Councilmember Ashbeck lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. If you can all rise.
Please join me in saluting our flag. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. You get roll call, Brianna.
Councilmember Ashbeck. Here. Councilmember Baskell. Here. Councilmember Bessinger.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Pierce. Here. And Mayor Moanasua.
Here. Next is public comments. This is an opportunity for members of the public to address the council on an item that is not on the agenda. So if you are here and you would like to address the council, you may do so at this time. I just want to note for the record that we do have 3 written public comments on the record here, so the council has those already. If you could state your name and your address for the record.
I live on Eric Rollins, 575 West Ashcroft Avenue. So I live in the new District 1. A couple things I wanted to deal with tonight. The first one is I wanted to invite everybody here, as well as the council, to the National Vietnam Veterans Day. That is March 29th from 10 to 1. I think our veterans deserve our time. I've been to this ceremony. It is something important, and I would encourage everybody to go.
Where is it?
It is right here at our Clovis Veterans Memorial. So if anybody doesn't know where that is, if you were to walk out of council chambers and walk just a little ways, and if you look for the statues, the very well done statues, you will find the Veterans Memorial Building. They usually have a little bit of refreshments, great entertainment. It always makes me proud to go. The other thing I wanted to deal with is I just wanted to thank you. Apparently, because of last week, I had a family conflict. I could not attend the meeting, and I wanted to say thank you to Councilmember Ashbeck for pointing out that I have a very different position on what is happening with Measure Y. I was disappointed to see that we didn't even make the 80%, which is roughly what you spend for police and fire with Measure Y money, and I would hope that at least we would get up to the average as a very minimum. Aside from that, I thank you for this time.
Okay. And Eric, that item will be up later as well, so if you are here long enough, we will be talking about that, so thank you, Eric. Anyone else here like to address the council?
Hi, Council. My name is Ryan Parsley. I'm owner of Reborn Brewing Company, and this is my business partner, Cody Sturgis. We sent in some comments. I'm just going to kind of summarize it for what we have. We've experienced 2+ long year pattern of disjointed and mostly confusing communication from the City of Clovis that has severely prevented us from opening our business to the fullest extent. We are aware as new business owners, the knowledge we lack in the early stages, but have learned quickly to overcome communication and dial our efforts with the city officials to progress our plans and be proactive as possible. However, in the 11th hour, where our capital is quickly depleting, we are met with even another hurdle that if history serves us well with our landlord, will prevent our opening date even further. This is in reference to the comments we submitted. We have done everything in our power at this point and are simply asking for some sort of waiver to pay and receive our permit to prevent any further delays. Thank you.
Any further comment? Are you currently working with staff already on this? And so you're in contact? So we're good. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative. We also have a written comment, just for the council on the second page of the comments tonight.
Okay, I'm here tonight to harass you guys about a couple of things. The first one's on the calendar, but it's on the consent calendar. Do I have the right to raise my hand and say I want to discuss that one, or does it have to be a council member?
We will have a time in which you can comment on consent items.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
So,
And the other one.
give your name again for the record.
Bill Scott,
Okay,
341
thank you.
Evergreen. The other one is in your closed session tonight. That's on the calendar, but I can't comment on that at the closed session.
You can comment, right before we head into closed session, we will ask the public for comment
I can
on that
do that
time as
then?
well. That is
Okay.
correct. Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Steve Trevino. I live on Border. Concerning the districts, I understand that you're given all the districts numbers, but I wondered if we could give all those districts names instead of numbers, because just recently I was on Facebook, and excuse me, Councilwoman, I know you don't get on Facebook, but anyways,
I'm better for it, by the way, but yes, I do not do that. Go ahead. Happier anyway.
But anyways, I'm in a group and I was asking everybody what was the name of their neighborhood where they grew up, and most of the people said, they just said, I grew up on Pulaski and Sierra, or I grew up, a lot of these neighborhoods don't have names, and I'm kind of surprised because I've lived here my whole life and I've walked around the neighborhoods, and you'll notice some of the houses look alike. Some of the older homes, if you go down Bullard Avenue, Clovis Avenue by 8th Street, you'll notice there's a row of brick houses, and I've always wondered about that. Just south of Weldon School, there's a neighborhood, and all the homes are made kind of alike, and they're all old homes. And I'm just surprised that a lot of these neighborhoods don't have names, because I asked you the other day, what's Old Town? What's the definition of Old Town? Because like here at Woodworth and DeWitt, excuse me, does that neighborhood have a name? I would think so. And they're very historical. They're very historical neighborhoods, and yet most of us know where Hardin Ranch is at and Sierra Vista because they're newer developments. But I think we should try it, at least if we can give these districts names, if we can. I wanted to make a comment if I could. I don't know if it has anything to do with City of Clovis, but a few weeks ago I heard Councilman Bessinger talking about districts in our congressional district, and I don't understand why. I can't remember his name right now. Our congressman, he's out of
Vince Fong.
Yeah, he's out of Bakersfield. Why is he our congressman? If you Google his name, it doesn't even mention Clovis. It mentions Bakersfield and some town that's out in the desert somewhere. We're not mentioned, and I feel that we're being ignored. That's what I feel. You never hear about Clovis. Whenever he's on TV, never mentions Clovis. And then his office is over there on Herndon and Armstrong. The prior congressman, his office was on Clovis and 3rd Street, even though he was never there. But people used to go there and protest once in a while. Who's going to protest over there on Herndon and Armstrong? I doubt nobody cares. So I think his office should be in downtown Clovis. That's my opinion. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trevino. Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, good evening. My
Good
name
evening.
is Belva Mays, and I live at 1614 Alluvial Avenue, apartment 105, Clovis. Okay, I attended a meeting of a group of people who want to be involved with supporting and holding people in politics accountable. Measure Y was passed. We all know this. Okay, so I actually attended one of the meetings, and the meeting was October the 16th at 7. And during that time, they talked about Measure Y. They talked, okay, so the people that were the speakers were Trent McGill, Clovis Fire Chief, Jordan Hunter, President of CPOA, which is the Clovis Police Officers Association, and Councilman Fong. And so we all know that they came to support and request support for voting on Measure Y. As we know, it passed, okay? So the money for Measure Y, okay, so these people were speaking about the police and the fire department, okay? So this was pushed on that meeting, okay? So since it was pushed on that meeting, Measure Y, since it's passed, it should, this year, next year, and every year after, until somebody comes up and stops Measure Y, to go ahead and go to police and fire first, before anybody else. Because we made a promise, and we want to keep that promise. So I do have something to say about the districts. I don't know if I can do that now.
Yeah, you still have some time.
Oh, okay, all right. Again, I attended another meeting, and Councilman Vaughn was there, and he had told us that it was $30,000 that we were going to be charged to go ahead and make districts. And I was wondering about the attorney, and I asked Brianna about that, because not all attorneys are attorneys that are not voted on. Like we have Rob Bonta that we vote. We have Lisa Smithcamp that we vote in, okay? So I don't know about this guy, wherever he is, if he is voted in. If he's voted in somewhere, no, he's not, okay. Well, that causes a problem, but it still is I don't like the idea of going into districts. Yeah. So I'll just tell you that. It could, as far as I am concerned, go ahead and go with district numbers, because I don't know what these places are. Like Turpie Village, I don't know where it starts. I don't know where different places start. So anyway, that's my opinion. That's my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Nelda, right?
Belva.
Belva? Okay, Belva. And Belva, I just wanted to let you know we will keep your comment with regards to Measure Y. It is item 11 tonight, so we will keep that as well. Thank you. Anyone else here to public comments? Go ahead.
Good evening. My name's Letitia Navarrete. I'm a resident at Butterfly Gardens. I'm also an advocate for Fresno Homeless Union. I come to you today because 3 of my children leaving my premises get pulled over for no reason. One of my sons is on parole, and they know that, and he has been getting pulled over every single day all last week. They see him in a vehicle, they see him, they turn around and they pull him over. I commend Clovis PD. They have done a wonderful job at my complex, but it's getting to the point where they're out there waiting for people that don't do nothing. And my son, yes, he is on parole, but he doesn't deserve to put in a cop car every single day and handcuffed, and he's not doing anything, you know? And especially if he wasn't even being detained, you know? I don't feel that that's right, you know, like he's doing great. I don't know what they think they're going to find on him, but he's been good. He's been out since December, and he's still out. And I need to be aware that we feel like we're being harassed, you know, and I know our place did give a lot of trouble, but they're all gone now. We cleaned the place up. We're doing great, but now we're feeling that we're being attacked now. We're targeted, and we just want to live in peace now, you know. We work with them. We do what they ask, and we want the same in return. And that's all I want to say today. Thank you.
Thank you, Letitia. Anyone else here? Public comments? Yes.
Sorry, I'm really nervous.
Okay.
Public speaking isn't my thing. I want to complain about the Clovis PD.
Yes. Hey, are you willing to give your name?
Yes, Ashley Tidrick.
Okay, thank you.
Ashley, can you move the microphone?
It's a little closer to you. You can move the microphone or you, but speak into, thank you.
My heart's pounding and...
Ow, we can hear.
Is
No,
that okay? Okay.
You're good, you're
I
good.
hear my heart pounding faster.
You're good, thank you.
I had a neighbor next door that has been harassing the neighborhood and a lot of people for quite a while. And a lot of cops have been called probably over a dozen times. And I finally had to get a restraining order. But every incident when the cops come out, they don't complete the incident form. Every time I went and requested one, I'm like, where's the information? It ends with, we showed up with a suspicious person. Well, that's nice. Or it's just incomplete. They don't do their job. And I've had to call the watch commander and say, I want somebody else out here because apparently Officer Atuna and Gallegos can't do their job. And so it really made me mad because today I had court and it almost cost me getting that restraining order because it was incomplete information that were in these incident reports that I have incident reports on. And it made me very mad that I felt that I was put on the defensive because the police department can't do their job. And when I mean can't do their job, I mean they can't do their job because they obviously can't fill out an incident report correctly. When I ask for incident reports, they don't give me incident reports. I have to come down and ask for them. Then I get the incident report and half the information's not there. Sent a homeless man over to my property to harass, and then where does it end? Shows up to a house with a suspicious person. Thanks. How'd that help me in court? It didn't. So I'm very frustrated by the police department not doing their job, and I really feel they don't do their job. And everything, oh, sorry, it's a civil matter. Well, then, you know, what are we paying you to do? Nothing, because obviously you do nothing. And as you can tell, I'm pretty frustrated. But I'm not, why, honestly, why can't they fill out an incident report? I mean, I don't mean to sound that rude, but are they that lazy or they just don't care? And it's one of the two. Because it's like, where does it say in here she threatened me? Where does it say right here that she did this? None of it's in the, you know, when the judge asked me, where's all that information? I'm like, I'm sorry, the cops don't do their job. If the cops did their job, we wouldn't be sitting here for 15 minutes trying to explain to you why I need a restraining order with 12 different incident reports that are incomplete. So, and after leaving there, and my dad said, go to the city council meeting. I said, well, then I will, because I'm extremely frustrated by that. So, do something.
Thank you.
That's my complaint.
Thank you, Ashley. Yeah.
Thanks.
Anyone else who would like to address the council on an item that is not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing, public comments, and we'll move to the consent calendar. Consent calendars are routine in nature, and they're placed on the consent calendar. They'll be considered in one vote. If the council member's vote in favor of the consent calendar is considered and recorded as a separate affirmative vote in favor of each action item. Is there an item in which council members would like to pull? We have items 1 through 7. Seeing none, I think we're going to open the public comment. If you have a comment on items 1 through 7, any of them, you can kind of address, yes, Bill, you can address any of them. We'll go ahead and take your comment, and we'll see if we can respond, or staff can respond to it.
Okay.
Okay.
Bill,
which item is it?
5.
5, okay. Let me just read that one.
Yes.
So that way it's on the case. Item 5 is general services, amending the city's fiscal year 2024-2025 position allocation plan by adding 2 senior management analyst positions and removing 2 management analyst positions with the general services department. Go ahead, what's your comment or question?
I could be wrong, but just reading this sounds to me like what you want to do is in next year's budget, you want to take people who are going to have the same job and give them a better title, which is going to allow them to get more money. And I just see this constant thing going on about somebody wants more money. When this finally gets around to you doing the budget, whoever's in charge of that department is going to say, well, we need more money. And you guys are going to turn around and say, I got to come up with it. Somehow or another, you're going to raise my taxes. And it's these things going on every time there's some little thing where somebody wants more money. And it just accumulates to the fact that we have this problem with Measure Y. You wanted more money, and it was supposed to be for police and fire. That's what we all understood. Well, now everybody in the city government wants more money, and they want to take it out of there. If you take that away, then you're going to need more money from me again to take care of what the police and the fire didn't get. And it's just a constant little bit, click, 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 ratchet thing. More money, more money. And I'm getting frustrated with it. That's my comment.
Thank you, Bill. Any comments from a council member, anyone else from the public? Okay, seeing none, we're gonna go ahead and close the public portion, bring it back to the council.
I'll move for approval of the council, consent calendars, item 1 through 7, noting the comments made. Thank you.
Need a second? Second. Okay, we have a motion, second on the floor. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next, we move to public hearing. We have one item on public hearings, item 8. It is to consider approval of CUP 1995-009A4. This is an appeal. A request to consider an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of CUP 1995-009A4 for the addition of a new 2-story classroom building and relocation of a basketball court with a change in operational hours and an increase of student capacity to 414 students for the Valley Crescent School located at 547 West Neese Avenue. Muslim Society of Central California owner Michael Eastman, applicant and representative. Staff on this is Marissa Parker. Also
Thank you,
by
Mayor.
George and Bad.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. Before I get into my presentation, I wanted to note that up on the dais there are some memos for you that include an updated operational statement from the applicant, a letter of support with about 20 signatures, and then also there are some letters of opposition provided for you as well. All right, so the Valley Crescent School is a kindergarten through 8th grade private school located at 547 West Neese Avenue. It is highlighted on the screen in red. It is located north of Neese between Willow and Peach Avenues. It is about 2.4 acres in size, and it has a planned land use of low-density residential, and it is zoned R1 7500, which allows for schools to operate with an approved conditional use permit. Okay, so some history on the site. Back in 1995, the original CUP was approved for a daycare facility, and about 9 years later, the Planning Commission approved a CUP for the Valley Crescent School to operate there. 1 year later, a second amendment was approved with some modifications to the hours of operation and the site. And in 2008, a third amendment was approved, which increased enrollment and also allowed 2 modular buildings. And most recently, back in January, the Planning Commission approved the fourth amendment, which is what we're discussing tonight for some site and operational modifications. On the screen, you will see the site plan associated with the project. There is an existing 5,205 square foot classroom building, the 2 modular buildings, and there's a playground space with a shade structure. And the Planning Commission did approve a 12,500 square foot 2-story classroom building in red, and they did approve the relocation of an existing basketball court from the location where the new building is shown over closer to the eastern property line. I would like to note the setbacks for this project. So as you can see, there is a 27-foot, 5-inch setback for the basketball court from the eastern property line, and a 91.5-foot setback from the eastern property line to the classroom building, and a 54-foot setback to the western property line. Additionally, you will see that the basketball court is about 160 feet away from the northern property line and about 140 feet for the classroom building. You can also see there are some green numbers there, and the green indicates our required setbacks. So we have a 20-foot required rear yard setback as well as for the front, and then our side setbacks are 5 feet on both sides. And this is for the R1 7500 zone district. So this project is exceeding our required setbacks. As it relates to parking, the site does currently have 31 parking spaces. Our code requires that private schools provide 1 parking space per faculty member. The school has indicated in their operational statement that with the increase in number of students, they will not exceed 26 staff members, which means that the existing parking is sufficient. There is 1 access point into the site from Nees Avenue where cars traverse as such, and then also exit through that same point onto Nees. There are no modifications proposed with this project. To the east of the site is Silmar Avenue, and going back to the first amendment that allowed Valley Crescent School, all activity associated with the school on Silmar is restricted. So there can be no parking, no drop-off, no pickup. If there's a special event, nothing can take place on Silmar. And this condition has been carried over through all of the subsequent amendments, and it was included and is included tonight with this item. In the event that this becomes a problem and staff is notified, an investigation would take place. The Planning Commission would hear it, and essentially if they were in violation, the CUP could be revoked. Just wanted to clarify that. As it relates to enrollment, the school was originally permitted to have a total of 174 students. They currently have 160 students. Back in January, the Planning Commission did approve an increase of 220, which would total 414 students. The applicant is planning for this to be a gradual increase over the next 7 years, and it would depend by the year how many students would actually be joining the school. The second amendment to the CUP approved the hours of operation to be 7:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the weekends. With that, the weekend hours of operation were conditioned that no outside activity or playground use may occur on the weekends as a courtesy to the neighbors. And with this most recent proposal, the applicant is requesting an extension of the hours Monday through Friday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. to allow for more staff prep time, staff meetings, and then limited after-school activities. The weekend hours would stay the same, 9 to 1, with the condition that no outdoor activity may occur. So going back to the Planning Commission meeting in January, it occurred on the 23rd, and we had 5 individuals come and speak in support of the project and 8 neighbors who spoke in opposition. And we will discuss the neighbors' areas of concerns in subsequent slides, but ultimately the Planning Commission did approve the project with a vote of 3-1 with Commissioner Hebert absent. And they did choose to incorporate an additional condition of approval, which is to review the school's CUP 1 year after a certificate of occupancy has been issued, just to ensure that the school is operating within its conditions of approval and in accordance with the code. Following the Planning Commission's approval, there is a 15 working day appeal period, and we did receive an appeal letter on February 12th. And the concerns listed in the appeal letter are the same concerns that were voiced during the Planning Commission meeting, which are noise and disruption, traffic and public safety, privacy and aesthetics. and the appellant is also requesting to be reimbursed for the appeal fee. Each of these items we will discuss further. But just a note to the council that this appeal is considered a new hearing, and you do have the opportunity to consider any of the decisions made by the commission, and also to consider any new items. So getting into the first area of concern, which is noise, our noise ordinance does have a residential exterior noise level limit of 55 decibels. Prior to the Planning Commission, staff did require the applicant to hire a noise consultant and have a noise analysis conducted. And that noise analysis concluded that the school was operating within the noise level limit, and even with the increase in students, they would continue to be below that limit. Following the appeal, the noise consultant did go out and get some more measurements to validate and verify compliance with the original findings and also with our code. So 4 locations were studied, and this was done during recess when children were present, so one of the loudest times of day, and the noise levels indicated that the noise was around 47 to 52 decibels, depending on where they studied, and based on the acoustic modeling software, with the increase in students, the change of noise would be anywhere between 3 to 4 decibels, meaning that the future noise levels would be between 51 and 55 decibels. On this slide, you will see an exhibit of the noise level contours, and you can see the 4 areas that were studied, the 4 locations, 2 on the eastern property line, 1 on the northern property line, and 1 on the western property line. So there is also an existing 7-foot block wall that outlines the property. You can kind of see it's a green line around there, and these block walls are good ways to absorb the noise frequencies, and the noise consultant did include that in their study as well, which results in, with the increase of students, the highest noise limit would be 55 in 2 locations, 53 and 51, which does not exceed our daytime noise level limit of 55 decibels. Regarding traffic and public safety.
Marissa, before you go for, can I ask you some questions on that one? Okay. Did you have some? Okay. Go back to that little green chart. Yeah. So the stations were at those numbers, correct?
Correct.
And I'm assuming because the outside is yellow, then it's falling within the yellow range, or we don't know because we didn't listen outside the walls?
So
you know how outside the walls, outside that green barrier, it looks more yellowish. So is that equaling the 50, 55, or
yes.
We don't know?
Yes, no, the yellow areas do equal the 50 to 55 based on the study.
Okay. And then for the future study, did any noise, did we ever measure anything where the basketball court may potentially be at all on purpose, so that way we're listening at that area?
Yes, so that is why the noise consultant studied 2 locations on the eastern property line, because that is closest to where the basketball court would be located.
I'm talking about noise generated for where the basketball court would be. So not just where they're playing right now and then putting a monitor where the wall is, but actually just creating noise where the basketball court may potentially be, and then record it. Does that make sense, or is that you can't do that, or?
I believe the noise consultant is here tonight,
okay.
So I would like to defer to them whenever we get, if that's okay.
And then this may be for the noise consultant too. Could it be where the walls are actually making it where the noise is louder because it's all within like block walls? And so if you put a monitor, you might not hear anything, but if we actually put a monitor outside, it might pick up something, because I remember for the firing range, the firing line, the neighbors kept complaining, even though our decibel readers were not loud. Sometimes when you actually go out, it's louder than what it seems right there. Maybe the consultant can answer that.
That's a good question for the consultant.
Okay. Councilman Besser, you had some questions?
Russ, are we saying that the number's 55, that is the current number?
No, that is, the worst-case scenario number with the increase in students.
Okay.
The current number.
So potentially in 7 years, it could be, when they're potentially at maximum,
Correct.
it could be 55.
Yes, currently they are between 47 and 52.
And 55 is the maximum.
Yes.
Did the people who did the study come up with any mitigation suggestions, or is that something we do in the site plan review?
No, so the block wall is existing, so that was taken into accordance as a noise absorption. Additionally, the applicant has agreed to install mature landscaping around the perimeter of the site, and that would also help absorb the noise. They did mention having a noise mitigation plan that they would do on site, but that was not included in the details of the CUP.
And that would be part of the site plan review?
Yes.
Okay. I guess I have the same concerns that Vong has, where the proposed basketball court is put. It is closer to the people on Kenosha, and I can foresee that being an issue. I just don't know if that number is valid, quite frankly, but we'll have to discuss that further. Thank you.
Thank you, good, yeah, I don't think we have other questions, so.
Okay. So moving on to traffic, similarly to with the noise, the project proposal did trigger the need for a traffic impact analysis to be conducted, and that was done so in December. And that showed that with the increase of students, needs in the surrounding streets were projected to continue operating at an acceptable level. Again, following the appeal, the applicant did work with their traffic engineer to get new traffic counts in the area. And when that was done, their findings confirmed the original findings, that there would be no concerns with needs or any of the surrounding streets. This was also validated by our engineering division, as we did have staff go and prepare our own counts, which also confirmed that the streets would continue operating in accordance with the code.
Can I ask a craft? Did you have an image that shows the drop-off, the ingress and egress of this property? Did you show that already?
I did. I can go back.
Am I making this up? So, just so that I'm clear, there's one ingress and egress into this project, is that right?
That's
one
correct.
driveway. And I assume it enters into the parking lot that says 31, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so, is it, I guess in my mind, I can't quite imagine that with 200 and some more kids, there's not going to be more traffic. Now, I know you're not saying there's going to be more, but it's still going to be acceptably more. Can you, what do parents do when they drive in and they drive around the red square and then out again? Is that how that goes? Are they stopping along these and kids are hopping out? Is that a thing? I've never been there when school starts, but is that how it works? Or are they driving and having them walk across the knees, which I'm hoping the answer is no. But are they pulling out on these and letting them out of the car?
I will defer to the applicant on that question as well.
Okay. It's a little hard to understand, and I know it's a 7-year phase-in, it's not 200 and some kids on the first day, 200 more, but that's a little bit hard to imagine. And I think the challenge with traffic studies is that the traffic study is one thing, the experience of the neighbors is something entirely different. And so how do you square those, right, is the challenge. And so I think I just wanted to make sure I was understanding the, ingress, egress, and there's really no other, I don't see any other option. A second driveway doesn't seem super helpful in that case, but, there's really limited other options to improve access to that site. All right, thanks.
Yes. When our staff confirmed their numbers, did we physically go out and review and view everything?
Yes, we had staff go out, one full day and a few other days, incrementally during the day. And their observations pretty much led us to believe that there were no students being dropped off on the street. It was actually flowing pretty well. The only time that we observed a backup on the street was right after 7 o'clock, before they opened the gate for the employees to go in. We're not exactly sure, but once the gate was open, it seemed to flow rather well for the amount of traffic that goes through.
And is it a right only out onto Nees, or can you make a left across the traffic? Sorry, this is not my neighborhood.
It's a right only. There's no left out.
And do people follow that rule mostly?
You can't make a left out if there's a median.
There's a median, okay. That doesn't mean they can't. Okay, all right, thanks.
I have a follow-up. When they were queued up, how many cars approximately did you see before the gates opened?
It was about 7 cars.
Okay. And because I was out there looking at it, that is, there's no parking on that curb because that's where the bike lane is, correct?
That's correct.
So the cars that were queued up were actually in the bike lane?
You're queued up in the bike lane, correct.
Okay, thank you.
One follow-up question on that as well. For the traffic itself, when they were coming into the school and leaving the school, is there any of that overflow traffic that is in the residential area?
When we witnessed it, we did not see any of that, no.
Okay, so there was everything stayed on Nees Avenue, it didn't go on to Sylmar or
Correct.
back into the neighborhood?
Correct.
Go ahead, continue, Marissa.
Okay. Let me fast forward. Okay, so engineering has confirmed that the original counts were accurate. And moving on from that, the school did request back in November of 2023 some school signage to be installed along Nees and within the general vicinity. Staff did approve this request, and the school signage was installed in June of 24 in 7 locations. It's kind of hard to see on here, but this is an exhibit showing where all of the signs are. But there are 4 school warning signs, 2 school speed limit 25-mile-an-hour signs, and then the ending school speed limit 45-mile-an-hour sign was relocated from east of the school to further west after you pass the school on the north side of Nees. As it relates to privacy and aesthetics, the concerns were mostly regarding the proposed building height and its proximity to the neighboring homes. Originally, the building was shown at 36 feet 8 inches. Staff has conditioned through the CUP that building be reduced in height to 35 feet. The applicant has agreed to that. The height of 35 feet is the maximum allowed for the R1 7500 zone district. So any 2-story home could be up to 35 feet in height, which there are several 2-story homes nearby the school. And again, in terms of both privacy and aesthetics, the applicant has agreed to install that mature landscaping around the site, and staff will work with the applicant on a design that complements the existing building.
Go ahead, I think it's easier for us to kind of interrupt the conversation because there's so many issues here. The 35-foot height, there are houses on Cindy behind there. Are they 35 feet?
I don't know exactly how tall they are, but I know that there are 2-story
Right.
homes, and the maximum they could be would be 35 feet.
And when the Gary McDonald houses were built, did Valley Crescent have an issue with two-story houses there that you recall?
Not that I know of, but I can defer to the applicant if they have a different understanding.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, and then I just would like to reiterate the setbacks, which they are far exceeding each of those setbacks, by centrally locating the building, there, so privacy, it's not like it's right there, 5 feet away from the side property line.
Can I ask a quick question about this one, do you mind? So what's the setback from the portable building, what's that setback?
It's 5 feet. The scale isn't quite right, but it's 5 feet.
I understand it's already there. It's a little bit, it seems a little disingenuous to think the setback is 54 feet, because it's really 5 feet. There's a five.
No, it's 54 feet to the two-story building.
I understand, but that's a little, there's already a building, so that doesn't quite make sense to me.
Understood.
And what's the, I think one of the difference, a house can be 35 feet, but a house is not that long. So what's the length of that proposed new building? Do you know what I'm saying? It's much bigger than a single-family home. So do you know what the size of that is?
I do not know what the length of the building is. That detail would be reviewed through the SPR.
I know we haven't gotten there yet.
However, there are no development standards on the size of a home or a building, as long as they meet all the other development standards, which they are in this case. So if it was a home, it could be as big as it wanted to be, as long as it meets lot coverage and setbacks.
So it looks like there's 2 single-family homes to the north of that, according to the map, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
And the appellant did request to be reimbursed the $1,760 appeal fee. This appeal fee was blessed by the council to be codified on the planning division fee schedule and also in our municipal code. This appeal fee is necessary to compensate for staff time to review the appeal, prepare the documents, and present the appeal to the council. And as we are here presenting tonight, we have fully carried out each of these steps, and staff is not in support of refunding the appeal fee.
Marissa, on that one, after the planning commission, there were meetings and there were things you were doing with it. Were those because an appeal was filed, so you were doing extra work?
That's correct.
Right, because I read in the staff report there were extra meetings that you had as well.
Yes, to meet with the applicant and also the appellant and to prepare all of our reports and everything.
And if there wasn't one, then your work pretty much is done because it just goes to the site plan?
Correct.
Okay.
And there are...
Go ahead. After the appeal was filed, then there was a neighborhood meeting?
The applicant held their own neighborhood meeting with the neighbors, and staff was not a part of that meeting.
Was there a neighborhood meeting prior to that?
No. For a conditional use permit, a neighborhood meeting is not required.
Okay, but have we ever done one in the past for a conditional use permit?
Applicants have held their own neighborhood meetings, but typically for a CUP, staff would not be in attendance because it wouldn't be required by the entitlement.
Okay.
The conditional use permit does have 6 findings that need to be made in order for staff to recommend approval, and also for the planning commission or the council to be able to approve the item. And it's in the staff reports, but planning commission and staff were able to make each of these 6 findings in order to recommend approval of the project. The project is consistent with our general plan. It's compatible with the surrounding area. We have adequate provisions for utilities, and our analysis of CEQA did find that based on the traffic and the noise studies, there would be no potential significant negative environmental effects. And with that, staff is recommending that the City Council deny the appeal, uphold the Planning Commission's decision to approve CUP 1995-009A4, subject to the conditions of approval listed as Attachment A, while denying the request to waive the appeal fee. Thank you.
Marissa, before we go to the council or the public, is the noise study person here so that they can answer the questions? I would see them sort of by akin to staff, because it's a report that we relied on.
Yes, they're over.
Are they here?
Yes, over there.
Okay. Can you come to the podium there, address some of the concerns with regards to the noise study? The question with regards to the noise study being done, was there anything where the noise was coming from the current basketball location? Is that a place where kids currently play anyway, so the study can anticipate or predict the noise from that distance?
Yeah, actually, Marissa, could you go back to the study that has the heat map, the noise contour? So, hey everyone, I'm Joel with MD Acoustics, and so this model shows the anticipated noise levels, worst case scenario, as Marissa stated. The sources, I should say, for the soccer field and for the basketball court came from real life measurements. So our report actually contains the recording of that, not like an audio recording, but like the measurement data that we used to then scale based on the number of students. So the basketball noise was actually recorded, I think it was 12 students playing, and then we scaled that out to the anticipated number of students that would be playing with the increase of the schools, the increased number of students. And then the soccer field, that was modeled from a real life measurement of 70 children playing at an actual school. So what we did is we took real life measurements, real life spectrum, all of that, and then we scaled it out to the appropriate level based on the number of children that we would expect to be playing at any given time. And then I also wanted to kind of jump in and address one of the questions that came up about the walls. So the walls typically would give you a roughly 5 to 7 decibel insertion loss. So you were asking about, actually, can you restate your question about the contour?
Do the walls actually create where it amplifies the sound because it's bouncing off coming up? So
no, definitely not.
So that when you're outside, you're hearing noise more than what those pick up at the edge? No. If you take the walls away, that blue essentially just extends. Do you see the blue on the heat map there? That essentially extends. The wall gives you visual and sonic privacy, and the 7-foot tall CMU, concrete masonry unit wall, which actually, the lowest it is 7 feet. In some areas, just given the way the terrain varies, it's as high as, I want to say, like 8 or 9 feet in some areas, relative. But the walls, that type of wall is very effective at reducing the noise. That's not going to increase the noise. It's going to block it. Then my other question with regards to point 1, 2, 3, 4, do you measure from a human standing and then higher past the wall in case that voice sound traveling is louder above the wall? Do you measure that at all, or is just, I saw the little mechanism, they seem kind of short, like
It's actually pretty standard to measure noise at about the height of about 5 feet. So it's actually almost about the height of this microphone here. That's actually fairly standard in environmental noise assessments, and that's something that's a standard practice that we use. Yeah.
Okay. So in the industry, you you don't measure something that potentially can go over the wall and the guy on the other side hears, then, or that does not happen, or can it potentially be where the sound, because, you know, I hear the fireworks far away, but I think it's coming over whatever the stadium is. I still hear it, even though it's
Sure.
I hear the crowd cheering, but I'm not a noise expert, so that's why I'm going, do you measure above the wall, so that way it kind of defends the applicant with regards to, hey, no, even above the wall, it's still below 55. I know down here it is, because sometimes when you're yelling, you know, it goes over, doesn't, I don't know. Can you help me with that? Help me with that.
Yeah, I think I understand what you're saying. So the noise code itself is at, the 55 decibels would be at the property line in the person's yard, it's not above the wall, if that makes sense. So,
is that accurate, Marissa? It is property line, my height, not?
Yes, so it is, 7 feet from the highest grade. So wherever the highest grade is, it could be higher on the other side.
No, that's the wall. The wall is 7 feet from the highest grade.
Yes, yes.
Is what she's
So that's where you're measuring to
Correct.
the sound as well, okay.
And so just to clarify, the 55, the LEQ decibel predictions of the A-weighted sound, that is, the software generates that on the other side of the wall. So it's accounting for what the wall is, what the sound that the wall is blocking. And that would be just at the property line.
I'm sorry, I would like to clarify.
Okay.
So the wall is 7 feet, but he was measuring the 5 feet.
The 5 feet.
So I'm not sure if I
Okay.
Yeah, if we measured the
misconstrued
kids
that.
at higher than that, they would be quieter because we're further away. The kids are
Yeah.
down here making the noise.
Okay, so measuring higher will be quieter than where you measured.
Exactly,
is what you're
we're going for worst case.
Okay.
We're trying to capture worst case here.
Okay, because I'm trying to understand from the neighbor's perspective, hey, we're still hearing stuff, so we want to hear what you're catching up here above the wall, but if you're not catching it up here, you're only catching down here, you know, it's something's coming over, and so that's why I'm asking that question.
Sure. So these types of studies, you typically are not allowed to go into a neighbor's yard and set up a microphone there.
Mm-hmm.
So what we're doing is we're capturing the noise source so that we can put that into the model. And then the model, we model the height the noise source is the height of the child or the children playing. And you see the blue rectangle up there that represents the soccer field. That's an area source, so it's a distributed noise source, not just a single point source. Then the model has the inputs, and it generates the noise, and then the heat map that you see, it shows how that noise spreads. So what we were doing when we capture the noise levels is we're trying to capture the inputs for our model. We're not trying to, you know, this is what the neighbor hears if they stand here. They're not going to stand on the school property, however many feet away from the children playing.
And then my other question was regards to the yellow outside the green walls. Are those estimates, or are those you're banking?
This is all a model. It's correct. Those are all estimates based on our measurements. So this model has the two noise sources. We have the field and we have the basketball court. And then everything that you're seeing is what it runs thousands of calculations that anticipate where the sound will be able to travel to based on the inputs of the model.
But you did one where it says existing noise level conditions, and it also has a bleed out of yellow. And so when it's the existing.
Yes, we modeled both. And
yeah,
that's
so when
how
it's existing, you got 52, 52, 50, 47.
Correct.
And then the outside, it's yellow like this as well. Are those guesses, or are those, outside is going to be lower? That's what my questioning is.
Sure. Totally understand that. Could you, Marissa, could you please go to the current state model? It should be
I do not have that one.
Oh, you don't have that one up there?
We do have it.
Okay.
Page 312 in our packet, so
Okay.
I do have that.
Sure. So for, everyone who
The
doesn't...
thing, it is smaller, the red is much smaller, so.
Yes. So, what we did is we took our measurements, and then we used that to create the baseline model, baseline being current state, how operations are today. So what you're seeing on that page is actually our worst-case projection of what's currently happening with current enrollment. So that's also a model based on the measurements that we took.
Drew, you had some questions?
Yes, thank you for your explanation.
Sure.
The blue rectangle, that's the area where the basketball court is proposed to be.
That is
The red dot.
The red dot is the basketball court.
The little red dot, that's the basketball.
Oh, red, okay.
Yeah. Sorry,
I didn't see the red dot
You're good.
inside
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Okay. So you're projecting, based on your numbers, that it'll be 55?
On the other side of the wall, correct.
On the other side of the wall?
Yes.
Which is right at the limit.
And that is the worst case scenario, correct?
That's what it is.
That's assuming that all the numbers that we have in there, they're all playing in that one concentrated area.
Are you comfortable saying that that's the worst case scenario, that it couldn't go higher?
Yeah, I'm comfortable saying that's worst case scenario for the LEQ, the equivalent sound level.
What,
Correct.
LEQ is what?
The equivalent sound level, it's you take a 15-minute measurement. Well, actually, there's 15-minute, there's 5-minute. Anyway, you take the measurement and it sums up all of the sound energy and says, this is equivalent to this sound level.
Is your expertise also in mitigation for this, or you do the study with no mitigation? Because I'm going to ask if there's mitigation things that...
Yes, we do. If needed, this project does not need mitigation according to our findings.
Well, if it's hitting 55, I think we need to have some mitigation strategies. If I live on the other side of the wall and it's 55, you say in the worst case scenario, I would be comfortable potentially approving this if I had an idea of what we could do to mitigate that down further. What mitigation things could the applicant do to take that 55 number and make it a little more manageable?
So it's actually things that they're already planning to do, which is to limit the number of children who are at recess all at once. That's why that's why this is considered the worst case, because we expect that they won't have all of the, just because the enrollment is increasing by a certain percentage doesn't mean that the kids on the basketball court is also going to be increasing. You can only have so many people playing basketball, like 7 people, right, or whatever. And just because, and this is also just for the model to have it, to get a worst case scenario.
Let's get away from the basketball court for a second here. Looking at the area on the north, where the white rectangle is, because I can see the white. You could have potentially a bunch of kids out there just playing. What mitigation could they do? Because you're looking at 53, 55, 51. What, other than managing how many kids are out there, which sometimes you're going to have, I don't know, I would have to defer to the school. What could they do to mitigate those numbers and make them a little more manageable for their neighbors, other than reducing the number of kids out there?
I mean, that's the best strategy.
I'm sorry?
The best strategy is to reduce the number of children out there, and this is also, again, worst case, this is assuming that they're all grouped together in this field.
There's no physical things that can be done out there. I mean, things on the wall, growing, something to absorb the noise. There's nothing out there that can be done other than...
I mean, certainly there's plenty of things that can be done, but they're not needed.
That's why I'm asking.
Yes, of course, you could, hypothetically, you could make it the wall as tall as the code would allow. You could, mostly would just be raising the height of the wall. I mean, as far as like what's practical, but that, again, that measure is not needed.
But Marissa, aren't you requiring mature trees?
Yes, yeah.
And that's one of them.
So we are requiring the mature trees to be installed, along the perimeter, which the applicant has agreed to,
Yeah.
so that would help. Unfortunately, the wall could not be increased, because our residential standards are 7 feet maximum. So we couldn't move forward with that approach, but the landscaping would help.
But
What
they
about
could put it,
commercial?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, what's commercial? What is a commercial standard?
It's the same standard,
okay.
yeah.
But they could
Good.
put a 2-foot architectural design feature up there that would block light and view. Would that be correct?
That is correct. That is something that they could look into, and we could work with them.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for our?
I just had a question, I'm probably getting this not right. Can you go back to a shot that just shows the buildings on the property? So, somewhere in my mind, there are standards or expectations of coverage of a piece of property. This is about 2.5 acres, I think I read 2.4-ish or something. So with all of this on it, does that factor in, it seems like this is using, most all of the property with the building, a court, a soccer field. Is there anything about, and then the parking lot and the buildings, of course, is there anything about lot coverage that is unique about this, or, because it all fits, it's all right? Does that make sense? What is the standard for lot coverage in something like, or is that, I'm getting myself mixed up, which is possible?
Yes, so lot coverage does, come into play, here. However, they are below our lot coverage requirement of, I believe, I actually don't remember, 40%. So they are below that, based on the number of buildings and the parking. But they do meet all of the other development standards as well. So they have to meet all of them, the lot coverage, the setbacks, the height.
So the lot coverage standard on this project, or on this parcel, is not to exceed 40%?
That is correct.
That's not more than 40%?
It is not. It's not including like the landscape area, it's the buildings.
Doesn't include the soccer field?
Nor the parking.
Got it. Thanks.
Any other questions? Thank you, Joelle, for answering our questions. Okay, seeing none, we're gonna go ahead and open up, does that conclude your report, Marissa?
I have one question.
Okay, yes, go ahead.
Was there anything about sight lines? Because I know in our packet, or I think it was an email, we saw the elevations for the different sides of the building, and the back side or the north side had no windows, but obviously the other sides did. So do we have anything as far as sight lines from those windows to the property line?
Our code does not, have anywhere where it says windows are or are not allowed on certain elevations or anything like that. The elevations have not shown windows on the northern property line, either rendition that we have seen, so it did not come up.
But to answer your question too, there were no sightline exhibits provided with this project, to my understanding.
That is correct.
So.
Drew, go ahead.
To kind of follow up on Diane's point, the elevation that I saw had no windows on the north, windows on the east and the west, but that's just a proposal. It hasn't gone through site plan review, so that's not locked in. Would that be accurate?
That is correct. And we do have some areas that we would like to see revised, such as the height needs to be reduced, some color choices. So staff and the applicant will be working together to make those changes.
We've had some specifically apartment complexes that had two-story units, and we either made sure that they didn't have windows or the windows were high enough where people couldn't stare at them. I'd hate to see the kids and the students in these classrooms with no natural light. If they got stuck in a classroom that was on the north side, I would hope that, and I realize this is a site plan review thing, but I would hope that we would be cognizant of that, not leave them without natural light. Went out there today, and the principal gave me a tour. We have a very nice facility. Can you go to number 12, please? I went out there and spoke to a neighbor on Kenosha, which is the street that's the East-West Street, and they expressed concerns about people parking there specifically for events. And when I spoke to the principal, they discourage it. They try to work with the people. She said, we're trying to be a good neighbor. I asked the police department if there were any calls for service, and they indicated that there weren't any calls for service regarding parking or things like that. How do, other than pulling them back for a CUP issue, I mean, how much of this is in their control, really, to keep a mom and dad from parking there when they're having a carnival? I mean, it's a public street. Is there anything, because we run into this at every school site. When I picked my grandson up at Jefferson, it's just a mess. How do we keep that from happening, or can we? Is, I guess, probably, because I hate to give the neighbors the impression that there will be no cars parked there when, frankly, we don't have a lot of power to do a lot with that. Is that correct?
That's correct. That is the responsibility of the school to ensure that no activities are taking place on Sylmar or any of the residential streets. But unfortunately, the only way we would know of it would be if it was reported to staff, and then we could conduct an investigation. And
now, part of the site plan review later, when I looked at the, could you go back to number 10? When there's on the top of the picture on the east side, when there's a driveway, there's a gate and a driveway that goes to the back. I think the applicant has used the field for parking on occasion. Is that something, as part of the site plan review, we could ask them to put some parking out there to kind of relieve things? I mean, obviously that would be in excess of the 31 spots, and they're still in code. Is that something that, as part of the site plan review, we can at least ask?
yes, we could require that through the CUP tonight. If that's the council's desire, you could condition it, and then we could work through that during this SPR process.
And the current, if you'll do the flow, the pickup drop-off flow. Currently, if you're coming, and now you can go to the next. If you're coming eastbound from Willow, you have to make a U-turn at Sylmar and then come back in. And if you're coming westbound, you're good. You can pull in, pick your kids up, but if you need to go back eastbound, you have to go to Chapel Hill to make a U-turn. There's currently there's an island with it's got a break in the island right at Timmy. Looking at it, it's not marked no U-turn, but it should be, because it doesn't look like it's really made for that. Have we, from a traffic standpoint, have we ever considered marking that as a no U-turn right there?
We have not considered making it a no U-turn there. The street's wide enough for a vehicle to make a U-turn at that location.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
The street is wide enough for a vehicle to make a U-turn at that location.
Yeah, it's a little stunted though. Probably we need to look at that. I did ask the police department to look at traffic accidents, because one of the things that the neighbors were concerned about were traffic accidents. There was a fatal traffic accident at Timmy and Nees in 2023 that was not related to the school. There are, based on their calls, this I'm just basically reading into the record. There was an accident at Timmy and Knees in April of '23 where 3 people were injured, but that still wasn't, according to the PD, that was not linked to the school. And later on, there was another incident at Knees and Timmy in November of '23 at 8 in the morning. And again, I mean, that could have been linked to somebody at the school, but we don't know that. But the fatal traffic accident was not linked to the school. So I know that. I listened to the planning commission presentation, and I wanted to make sure that everybody understood that that wasn't linked to this. Looking at the traffic flow on these, I'm concerned about the Timmy U-turn. And during peak hours, when we were out there during peak hours, did we see any queuing on these at the U-turns where people were backed up waiting to make a U-turn onto Silmar and come back?
So we didn't observe the Tammy U-turn going westbound, but we observed the eastbound U-turn at Silmar.
Silmar.
And that turn pocket had sufficient queuing to accommodate all the vehicles that were making a U-turn. And with our estimations, it will have enough after the project also.
How many more vehicles do we expect to be entering the school in 7 years? How many additional vehicles? Have we come up with a number?
Yeah, I believe it's a little over double.
Okay. And so we anticipate, in the traffic engineer's opinion, we're still going to be okay with traffic safety issues, with queuing and right-of-way violations and things like that. We should still be okay?
We seem comfortable about it, yes.
Okay. I read the traffic report from, I think it's TLS or whatever company, and I'll be honest with you, it's a little difficult to follow. There's a lot of numbers but what they did was they broke it up into existing plus short-term and long-term changes. And I sent an email to staff with the numbers and asked specifically, do you agree with their assessment? And you agree with their assessment?
Yes, their assessment seems in line with the project, yes.
And did they come here to physically do that, to come up with those numbers, or did they do it based on?
So they,
because they're from Southern California.
Yeah, so they physically came here and did the traffic counts to get existing counts, and then the future is extrapolated based off the highway capacity manual.
And the extrapolations that they made, you're comfortable with? They're not being conservative, they're not being overly liberal, they're coming up with realistic numbers, in your opinion, as a traffic engineer?
Yes.
Okay. And the numbers that when we verified their numbers, they were similar, exact?
As far as the counts we did in these recent weeks?
Yes.
Yes, they're surprisingly almost exactly the same, yeah.
Oh, that's nice. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilman Bessinger. Any other questions for staff? Okay, this time we're going to go ahead and open up the public portion. If you are here to speak on this item, you may approach the dais at this time. Please state your name and your address for the record.
Sure. Good evening, Mayor Moana-Tua, members of the City Council. My name is Todd Valeri, and I live at 512 West Lexington in Clovis since 1997. I'm here to read a statement on behalf of the appellant, Dr. Reed Van Wagenen, who could not attend this evening due to a conflict, unfortunately, so you get the B team. And I'm not necessarily speaking for the other neighbors here present. I'm just simply reading a statement. So we're requesting the City Council's help in achieving a fair compromise on this project. As such, we ask the Council to rescind the Planning Commission's approval of the conditional use permit and require a resubmission that accurately reflects the community impact on traffic and noise and better aligns with the neighborhood's character. We have serious concerns about the proposed development, primarily its scope, which includes an increase in student enrollment from 174 to 414 students. That's a 138% increase. Dr. Van Wagenen's appeal letter outlines key concerns which center on noise impact, traffic safety, and lack of community engagement. The noise study was only an approximation. It failed to assess the true peak noise levels experienced by neighbors. It's already intolerable. That's the experience of the neighbors. It's already intolerable. The traffic study overlooked existing congestion and safety risks in the location and hours most affected. It failed to assess the impact on Nees and Silmar intersection. That's a known bottleneck during school hours. Imagine trying to get 414 students through a single entrance for access to that facility. What was described here this evening is not the experience of the neighbors. In fact, I could share videos with you that would show a level of impact backed up onto Nees, a considerable distance into that bike lane, as well as parents using Silmar. It just occurs. That's a statement of fact. There was a lack of neighborhood engagement throughout the entire process until it was requested or at least pointed out by the neighbors. During the Planning Commission meeting, Commissioner Bedstead actually recognized this and initially proposed delaying the decision to allow for a neighborhood meeting. However, at that meeting, the applicant insisted on an immediate approval that night based on a timeline that was purported to allow for occupancy this fall. As a result, the project was approved without meaningful neighborhood input other than what was given at night at that meeting. However, subsequently, there's been a neighborhood meeting with the school on February 5th, and during that meeting, school representative actually made the statement that if enrollment had exceeded 300 students, they would need to relocate. And so those who were in attendance took them seriously. However, the CUP allows for 414 students, and if 300 is truly the cap, then the CUP should reflect that. The neighbors are asking for reasonable modifications to the school and made this request to the school representatives at that meeting to please limit enrollment to 300, as stated. Reduce the building's scale and scope to be commensurate with that size. One story, ideally. Implement a noise and traffic mitigation plan. So that was the simple request made at that meeting. However, these issues are still unresolved. And I'll wrap up here quickly. We're urging the City Council to do the following. Rescind the Planning Commission CUP approval. Require a revised proposal with a 300 student cap, a proportional reduction in building size, ideally a single-story building. Require a noise mitigation and monitoring plan, a traffic plan as well to ensure bike lanes on Nees remain clear and restricting Silmar from being used for drop-offs, pickups, and turnarounds. Finally, a refund of the $1,760 appeal fee, which residents feel should be unnecessary since this is to protect against what was considered a flawed CUP approval process in the first place. So in conclusion, this expansion as proposed is incompatible with an R1 neighborhood in our estimation. It'll increase noise, traffic congestion, and safety risks while harming long-term residents. We support reasonable improvements that balance the school's need with the community's character. Let's have some compromise. A modified proposal could achieve that balance, and we urge the City Council to please act in support of a fair compromise. Thank you for your time.
Any questions of Mr. Valeri? Hey, Todd, I had a question with regards to the, first we heard about the one-story building.
Yeah.
So is 300 more important, or the one-story building more important, or do you have to have both, or?
I'm not an expert in that, but I can tell you that, I'm sorry, Mayor, go ahead and speak.
I was just going to say, because there's a lot of two-story buildings around, so what is the objection to a two-story building here? So I want to understand that a little bit more.
I think it's the size of the project, the size. And again, if the building was scaled to a 300 student capacity, I think the neighbors would feel better about that. But again, I'm here to read a statement and to not provide commentary on what the rest of the neighbors would suggest.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you.
Anyone else here speak on this item, whether for or have questions? Yes, please come to the podium here and you can address the council. If you can state your name and address for the record.
Sure. My name is Dr. Anwar Ibrahim, and I'm a neighbor of this community. I live across the street on Sylmar, not the Sylmar next to the school, but across the street. I was one of the people that actually stood up to say I didn't have a problem with the project being proposed and pushing forward. I listened to a lot of the points that they had that night, but I wasn't able myself to give a rebuttal or even give my opinion to some of the concerns that they had brought up that night. So I just wanted to point out a few things from my perspective, since I am in a valuable position, being across the street from the school and also being a neighbor as well. First thing I'd like to bring up is that we have elementary schools all around our neighborhoods, from Garfield Elementary to Maple Creek to Mountain View. I mean, they're all around us, and if you've lived in our neighborhoods, you know that at the time of school, when it starts, it gets busy, and when the school gets out, the LDS Church even uses their property as a substitute parking for Garfield Elementary, so the students don't have to jaywalk across the street, and the parents stay in the actual church parking lot for our public schools. So this is something that if you live in Clovis and you live in our residential areas, you should understand that we have elementary schools all around us. And this is something that we, at least I have, got used to over the years. Now, I lived across the street also from Maple Creek for some time. I heard the bell ring every day. I heard kids laughing and playing and having fun, and it never bothered me. Maybe if I worked a late night shift or I needed to sleep during the day, that might have been an issue, but hearing kids play is actually enjoyable for me. I don't have a problem with it. Now, so the noise, I never had a problem with that. The second problem that I heard them raise was that, oh, it's a two-story building. Well, when Gary McDonald, which I happen to know, built those homes, he didn't send us a letter in the mail and tell us, hey, I'm building these huge two-story buildings next to your property, and it might look into your backyard. We had none of those kind of letters. We just let him build his properties. It was never an issue. If you look at the guidelines of what they've set for the city, they're following the rules. They did a noise evaluation, right? They set the setbacks according to the city rules and governance. So they're following the rules. Now, the last thing for the traffic problem. I live right across the street, like I said, on Sylmar, and I'll tell you what the issue is. It's not the school at all. What happens is it's a giant gap, like they were mentioning, and Councilmember Ashbeck, you had also mentioned, can't they just cross over? Well, that's exactly where they do it, is where that gap is at Sylmar. And that's why it causes a backup, because you got pushy drivers that want to play leapfrog and jump across 4 lanes to get across instead of going down and making a U-turn and go back. I'm one of those conservative people that says, I'm not going to risk it. I'll just drive down to the corner of Peach, make a U-turn and go back. But my wife, for example, wants to take the jump every single time. Okay? So it's just the personality type, right? She's a good driver, but it's just personality types want to not have to go to the light, make a U-turn and go back. And so what happens is that causes a backup right exactly at Sylmar, and that's right before our school. So it's not the school's fault at all that there's a backup traffic, but what it is just the way the situation is. It's the first chance for someone to double cross all the lanes, right? And not have to go all the way to the end of the light and make a U-turn and go back. So my case here is just like the arguments that they brought up today, it's not really the school's fault. They followed all the rules according to the rules that were set. And then the arguments they have about noise, they had a noise study, okay? So they did the survey. And the traffic that would be up to the city to make changes, because this is the way the divider is, the way it is on both sides of Sylmar, trying to get out of our neighborhoods and go to where they need to go. And depending on the time of the day, yes, there is gonna be a backup. And you go to Garfield Elementary, I promise you tomorrow, when it gets out of school, and go see where all the parents are parking, and go to Maple Creek and go see, look at their fence. My friend has a backyard right on the backside of Maple Creek, and guess what? It's a chain link fence. How much noise is that blocking? You know, a chain link fence. So my friend, he put up a little divider to make his backyard a little bit more secure and safe, but I never heard him complain that the noise was a huge problem, and Maple Creek has thousands of students. So I feel like this is a private school that's grown. They've done a good job. There's a lot of important doctors involved that have been nurturing this school for probably over 20 years. So it's a big project. They've built it, and they've done a good job, and now they're to the next point where expansion is needed. Well, expansion is needed, and we're following the rules according to what was set. So it's kind of ironic that the driving force behind stopping this today happens to not be here and doesn't want to pay to argue this today. So I just wanted to bring up those points, and that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ibrahim. Yes.
My name is Atif Rana. I have been a Clovis resident for over 15 years, and unlike him, I'm not going against my wife. I'm much smarter than him.
Wise man you are.
Yes. You know, the school meets all the requirements. I don't live too far away from the school. I think the school should be approved. It meets all the technical requirements. I'm a civil engineer by profession. We have done pretty much all that is required by the code that the city of Clovis is requiring. And I really feel that, the school fits into the Clovis way of life. I have been here for 15 years. I have lived in San Francisco, Los Angeles, many other cities, and I would not live anywhere except for Clovis. It's a great city. And one more comment. Clovis PD does a phenomenal job in what they do. I have never seen a more professional law enforcement agency. I know you hear both sides of the comments, but I have had all positive experiences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. I'm adding my voice to his voice, and I heard today two complain about Clovis PD, but I'm going to say people are doing a fantastic job. They're under severe pressure and tight budget, limited number, and higher crime, so they're trying their best and do it. So I'm adding my voice to those people. Today, I'm here. My name is Sami Youssef, or Dr. Sami Youssef. I actually heard everybody and him, the MD. I'm not sure MD stands for doctor, MD acoustic, something else. But the difference I'm going to say today, I live right by the school. I'm the first house right next to the school. So if anybody is trying to do studies, he can come to my backyard and do his studies. 54, 25, 47. It's insane when you say from 47 to 52 and adding 140% student and expect it to be 53. How in the world that's going to happen? Mathematically, number is not working, is not matching, and it's crazy. Traffic that you're talking about, I think you said about 7 cars will be standing where the bike is. How you have 140 students that dropping within half hour in the morning, ended by 7 cars in there. I live there. I'm at Kenosha. Sylmar is a connection. My house, I get off every single day. Every single day, few times a day. Come at 7:30 and 8 o'clock and try to get off to go to your work. People are not making a U-turn because it's impossible. The traffic gets so congested. So what they do is they get in Sylmar. So if you went there and you said a field, you would see exactly how it looked like. As Sylmar is for us in and out area. Every time I'm trying to get out, there's multiple, at least 8 cars every time I'm getting out at that time here, park in that area to make a U-turn, drop the kids by the side of the school, then they make you return at Nice. Events. He said basketball, they're gonna be play 7, when they study the sound system, about 7 kids will be playing. Out of 140, and out of 400, how many are gonna be playing to reach the sound that he's talking about? 400, not 170. Events, I should have taken pictures. I'm a Middle Eastern. I support the school and I support freedom. I'm one of people who benefit from freedom of the United States and the freedom of this. And the day first that they sold or bought that school from kids, I was in my house. I approved it, and I said it's okay, the right for everybody to have it. Today I'm saying no, no way, and I'm not leaving my house. I sit every day, and sometimes I work at night. As he said, you work at night and you sleep during the day. Come in my backyard and hear the prayer speaker using speakers. I'm the house right there. And Dr. Whatever who spoke on his behalf, he's the house behind me right away. She is upset from a height of 2-story house, and he said the same thing, Gary McDonald's 2-story house. The 2-story house is not 12.5, and it does not have a 400 student. It has 5 people lives inside there, and it looks good. So if you're talking about to fix something in there, it's insane to say I'm going to raise it to 400 students and the traffic won't be affected. Impossible. Anybody who made a study, he should have been fair enough. Did you get paid? Who hired you? Who hired you? Are you independent or you got paid from them? So I'm not expecting it's going to be fair. I'm sorry. If you want to be fair, come independent and tell me my credibility. That's how I'm good at this, professional and this, and I get some people that they live in their area. My name is Sami Yusuf. I live there. Come and knock my door and tell me, guess what? Come with us so we can show you exactly how the study is being done. What time you did the study? Did you show me the whole day study? Come at 11:30 in the lunchtime, every lunchtime. And if you give me 2 weeks, enough, even if they control the student, I can record for you. But I'm a fair person, as I said, let it go. Can't complain. I'm sorry, but you said I have checked with the police to see if there's any complaint about this. It doesn't mean I'm not complaining. In the event I can't get out of my house because they're parking even in my driveway. And as a Middle Eastern, some of those are my patients, and I do not want to have a conflict with anybody. I don't want to call towing to tow their car away one day, and I tell my wife the same thing, and I agree as you agree with your wife.
Dr. Yusuf, can you wrap up?
What I'm saying is, we're not going to patch. Like I do oral surgery, so it has to be clean. You want to do it, you have the total freedom. Buy a lot somewhere, expand it up to 1,000 students over the years. Growing is fantastic, but not inexpensive for other people who live there. I moved in 1999. I'm intent to stay there. My kids were born in that house, and I love my house a lot, and I'm staying. But this is happening. The city literally affecting every single one. I have Brian next door. But the man, even he marked and he recorded the noise in his phone. I wasn't planning to come, but I pushed everybody to speak, and everybody's shy to speak. Speak. That's the amendment to speak. Freedom of speech, especially in Trump, the time to speak. You know what I mean? Seriously, speak. Say whatever you wanted to say. And I'm here today. I'm with you guys. Build your school. Do whatever you wanted to do. Increase the number as much as you want. I wish if everybody educated, and I have 3 kids that they're medical school. I have my son that's 21, master's degree for programming. What I'm saying is, I'm supposed to have the best time and play freely without interfering with this. I can't tell them not to have fun. I was a kid, and I like to jump and make noise. But at the end of the day, as much as you have a freedom to do this, freedom for the rest of people pre-existing you and have home. And the city is the last word to say. And I'm here begging you to tell you, protect the people in the side and people that they have home, because I'm not intending to move. At the same time as, at this time, you approve it, I'm going to work whatever it takes to tell you, police report daily, towing the car daily. I'm going to interfere. Besides, the staff that is talking, 31 of the staff.
Mr. Yusuf, you're going to have to time is up, so.
Another minute.
Mr. Youssef.
I've been waiting for this to look.
Yeah, we'll have your neighbors, give more comments, yeah.
I'll finish you after you, but just give me a minute. 31 parking lot for those, some of them, they go smoke in front of my house. That's the last word. Next time I see somebody smoke, I tell them, go back to your school, smoke inside there. Well, I'm trying to cooperate with people. If you exceed the limit, and now we're talking about the school and windows and the air inside and this, too much stuff that we did not go to the heart of the problems. There is a problem. There's traffic. Yes, it's affecting me. It's affecting the noise, affecting to sit in peace in my yard. Yes, the school is there's too much noise around, but we can avoid it. If we can avoid it, we'll avoid it. If we can't, we're going to have to accept it. Okay. Thank you very much. I'm sorry being too long.
It's okay.
My name is Abdullah Baker. My name is Abdullah Baker. I live on 5860 East Nees in Clovis. I'm a transportation engineer for Caltrans. I do invite everybody against the school to visit the school and see the curriculums to see how it fits their kids. The doctor and people who said anybody else. My kids went to that school from kindergarten to fifth grade. And I have two daughters. One of them is doing plastic surgery at UCSF, and the other one is an anesthesiologist in the University of Washington. They did their medical school at Cornell University, at Ivy League, and Emory University. So I want to encourage you, same city councils, go and visit and see the curriculums they have offered. They match Clovis Unified School and better than Clovis Unified School. So I do encourage anybody against this to think about their kids and their future for their kids. This is school, an ideal school for Clovis, the way of life. We live in Clovis. I live, like I said, in Clovis, not very far away from Dry Creek. When I walk in my backyard, I hear the kids playing all the time. Even on the days off, or like on, say, Martin Luther King's or those, I hear the bell rings all the time. Never bother me. You know, the school is there. I walk by the school. I enjoy it. When my kids were young, I went to play basketball there. Nobody complained about Dry Creek, and they are just next door to us. So my point is, and I'm sorry for Councilman Messenger, just from my experience talking about the windows for the building. The building eventually will do a Title 24, which is the city probably familiar with that. They will have some natural lights in the building. With energy, because that's part of it. It's the same for energy with the skylight. So that will answer your question also. But I do encourage everybody against it. Compare to Clovis Unified, compare them to what your kids are getting in the public school compared to a private school, what Valley Crescent could offer you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Good evening. My name is Monica Kandel-Rahim, and I'm a parent at Valley Crescent School. This is actually our first year in the area and at the school, and we moved to the area specifically because of the school. I remember calling them 1 year ago from around this time to enroll my two daughters, and I asked, and I was told at the time that they would have to be put on a wait list at that time. And for my husband and me, it was really important to have our children in a school environment that was aligned to our faith. So there was a lot of hand-wringing, a lot of phone calls. Where are we on the list now? Or is it time? Until we finally heard in May that our children were off the wait list and could be enrolled in the school. And our experience there has been really great, has been fantastic. And we want to ensure that other parents have that same opportunity to access a good quality education. So I'm asking for approval on the updated CUP to align with the Planning Commission's decision. I also just wanted to address like a couple of things that I've heard, because just like we can't be in neighbors' yards, like we can't be in the school drop-off line either. And so every day I have 4 kids pop out of my car. So it's not 1 car per child, per family, right? We carpool, we're doing our best. The school's also trying to be a good neighbor. They moved their carnival this year to a bigger spot down the road because of everything that was happening. It had plenty of parking and less of an issue with, encroachment of noise, and it was a weekend event, so it was outside of typical school hours, even though the school's approved for it. And I also want to point out that with the addition of a two-story building, there are actually some events that are more likely to be held inside. Right now, we don't have any indoor space to hold the school as a whole, for example, with parents. It's very hard. And so with the addition of additional space indoors, some of those could be moved inside. We don't typically use, right now it's like a big awning space that doesn't have walls. That's what we're using for kind of assembly events. We don't use necessarily the soccer field or the basketball court for those kinds of events. Those are used for parking, as was mentioned. So with the addition of a school building, some of that noise for assembly type events could actually be mitigated because it would be within four walls and indoors. So thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rahim.
Good evening. My name is Imtiaz Haq. I'm an IT director by profession, and I have a lot of people who send kids to the school. And when I look at this school, it is stuck in the middle of two other big schools, Garfield and Buchanan. And when I drive around, I hear a lot of noise from Buchanan, and I hear a lot of noise from Garfield, and I hear that noise even after hours because there are sports, games are going on. This school's proposal is most of the activities end by 5:30, so it's during the day. So personally, I don't see that to be a noise to be an issue in this school. And if there is a noise, I see that to be a cute noise. It's a fun. It's our kids who are growing in there. So I think we need to look at this school with a spirit that this is a school. This is not a business. This is not a factory that is coming. And then on top of it, I think we need to trust our professionals of the city planning commission who have looked into the project with all the details. And they have looked at the 7 major criteria that is to be met for a project to be approved. And they have approved all of them. And they have looked into, and the school is to be, or the capacity of it is to increase over 7 years, not right away. A lot of things will change by that time too. So I think that all the elements are there for us to look with our heart, we look with our mind, and approve this school project because these are a future of our kids that needs to grow in there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name's Amy Gilster. I live at 517 West Kenosha Avenue, the house directly next to the school. After listening to all of this, I have a few issues with what they represented in the noise trial or whatever they did. He said that the wall blocks, I think, 5 to 7 decibels, but if you look at one of the large blue areas went straight up against the wall. So then on the other side of that, they're estimating it at 55. But the dark blue says that it is above 65. So if you subtract at maximum 7 decibels that the wall would block of that sound, that only brings it down to 58 decibels, which is above the 55 allowed. I don't know if that's all correct, but that's just what I got from that. It doesn't seem accurate that on the other side of the wall it would be 55. If on the directly on the other side of the wall it is dark blue and above 65. So, and then a couple other things is that I'm not sure if this, I saw that they had the surveyors for the traffic on the intersection for the next neighborhood over, which is not the U-turn that is used to U-turn in front of our neighborhood to get into the school. So I don't know how that is representative of the traffic at the U-turn that is an issue. I also saw them out there at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, which is not during drop-off or pickup time. And when I came home around 3 p.m., which is the usual pickup time, they were gone. So they were no longer surveying that area anymore. And then at the closing statements of the last meeting, the council seemed to be leaning towards bringing it back in March or 3 months later from that date to after meeting with the neighbors. And then the school got to have like a rebuttal statement and said that they wanted to push this forward to, so that they would be open in the fall, this next fall, for the school to continue operations. But when the school did hold like a neighbor meeting, recently, my dad came back from that and said that, construction would actually be closer to 16 to 24 months. So I don't understand how that would allow for the school to open by next fall. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy.
All right, Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members. Dr. Omar Chaudhry, I'm an anesthesiologist at Clovis Community Hospital. I'm also a board member at Valley Crescent School as well as a parent. So again, thank you for hosting everyone here for the opportunity to speak today. So, you know, my 5th grade daughter is currently at basketball practice at Buchanan, and I have to miss it because the future of her school is on the line. And that's why it is a pivotal moment, and I had to sacrifice that time, which is difficult for me as her dad. So I wrote some notes, and I wanted to kind of come across a few of them. So having grown up here, when I was in school, there's one other Muslim kid at my school. It was my little brother, all right? And so the community has changed a lot, and I got to say, growing up, it was difficult to be an outsider, you know, because you know, your holidays aren't quite the same, right? You know, we believe in Christ, but we don't celebrate Christmas. You know, we kind of, you know, we don't, you know, we believe in the second, you know, the resurrection, but we don't do Easter, you know? So it's like one of these things where, do I celebrate, do I not? You know, how do I fit in? And so, you know, Valley Crescent didn't exist then, but neither did a lot of things, right? As everyone knows, our community has grown tremendously and changed a lot. You know, the closed DMV, you got to have appointments now, right? Homes east of Armstrong used to be ranches, and now it's housing developments. So, you know, after completing my medical training, I moved back to Clovis in 2013. I was thrilled my kids would have a chance to have an environment where they could be confident in who they are, have a strong moral foundation, be sheltered for a few years from the harm of racism, drug use, and lack of love of humanity, right, that I had faced growing up. Just a side story, my son had no idea what black people were called black people for the longest time. He actually called them, like, he's like, you know, Dad, that your friend that's like dark brown? I was like, okay, you're a good kid. So 11 years ago, I was actually, funny enough, Mr. Mayor, I was actually invited by my high school friend Maymua to speak at the Asian Student Success Conference, and I remember your speech about embracing yourself instead of trying to fit in. And so I remember your amazing thing about Graciela Moreno and the way she pronounces her name. And so I was always saying, like, my name is Omar Chaudhry. And so from that point on, I was like, you know what? I'm going to learn how to say my name properly, and I'm going to say it so I'm like, Dr. Omar Chaudhry, you know? And so I always try to say it, just remembering that speech of yours. And so I want my kids to kind of embrace themselves and feel confident in themselves the same way. So our school is at capacity, which directly impacts the quality of education our students receive. Smaller class sizes allow for more individualized attention, improved academic performance, and a better overall learning environment. A new building would enable us to enhance our educational facilities, provide more extracurricular and enrichment opportunities, and support students with diverse learning needs. This expansion is not just about physical space, it's about ensuring that every child in our school receives the best possible education. While our school primarily does serve Muslim students, our presence contributes positively to the broader community. A strong educational institution fosters responsible and engaged citizens, which benefits the entire city. The students graduate and go to Clovis Unified High Schools, right? So, you know, schools that provide students with a strong foundation, values, and education help reduce crime and promote civic engagement. A well-educated community is also a healthier community, and you know, as our Honorable Mayor, who represents a diverse population, you know that inclusive growth strengthens the entire city. By approving the expansion, you are demonstrating a commitment to educational excellence and community growth. A thriving school system attracts families, promotes economic stability, and enhances the overall well-being of our city. These students will eventually contribute when they become doctors, nurses, engineers, firemen, police officers, business owners in our community. We recognize and respect the concerns of our neighbors, and we're dedicated to finding solutions that address their needs while ensuring that our students have the space and resources necessary to succeed. I respectfully urge you to approve this proposal and collaborate with us in addressing and remaining concerns. Together, we can build a future where education strengthens not just our students, but our community. Thank you very much for your time.
Dr. Chowdhury?
Yes.
Since you're on the board, there's been this statement with regards to 300 students. Is that accurate, not accurate? What was reported to us, is that sort of your max, or is that something that has not been represented accurately? Okay.
I guess I'll wait for the head of school. The person formally set for that presentation, but I myself have a master's in education, and that's kind of all I can offer. But
okay, I can wait for it whenever. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Thank you so much. I've been asked to speak on behalf of Valley Crescent School. It's kind of an exciting time for me because I first represented this project 20 years ago in about 2004, 2005. So first, I would like to apologize for the tardiness of the memo you received recently. We wanted to clarify certain operational aspects of the school as well as expand on all the work taking place to hopefully help solidify the approval. So we just got that done today. As I worked with school staff for this item, it was nice to hear that their gratitude for being part of the exceptional neighborhood for the past 2 decades as we look forward towards the future. I know that the school is very excited with the opportunity to expand its facilities and is looking forward to accepting new students in the future as well. After the hearing, neighboring owners requested a follow-up meeting with school staff. A meeting was held on February 5th, at which the owners expressed the same concern with noise, traffic, and privacy concerns. Unfortunately, they could not come to any agreement on any of these 3 key issues. So after the meeting, every owner filed an appeal request, as you're well aware. Upon learning of the appeal, school staff felt it important to address some of the concerns and expand on what was already approved by the Planning Commission. I'm not going to touch on noise since they did a pretty good job covering that already. But in addition to that, it was implied that the school utilizes a public address system or an intercom system. The school does not have any form of permanent amplified sound at the school. They rely on walkie-talkies or a handheld megaphone that's used during events and can be adjusted to reduce its volume. As another measure specific to traffic, in an effort to minimize any issues at Nees and Sylmar, staff reached out to parents requesting that they use Peach Avenue for any needed U-turns, which frees up Sylmar for residential traffic. They have occasionally done some monitoring of this, and with the exception of one parent, they've had very good success with folks going all the way to Peach Avenue and not using Sylmar. A few things I will not mention is the school has a school bus. 14 students currently use the bus, and with the increased enrollment, it is anticipated that the bus schedule can be amended to include 2 scheduled pickups and drop-off times, which helps alleviate some of the concern. Also, approximately 10% of the students come and go to school via carpooling. It's not just, as you alluded, it's not just one person per vehicle. School staff also proposes to expand its pickup and drop-off times, which will help alleviate any potential congestion. Right now, there's a 30-minute window. They're going to add an additional 15 minutes so that it disperses some of that traffic congestion as well. We also have a traffic engineering representative, David, available to answer the following collected information as well. In regards to privacy, the proposed building is planned on being centralized on the property in order to maximize distances from existing homes. The school is bound by a solid 7-foot wall, and there are a series of mature trees on both sides of the wall. Several trees, some as high as 50 to 60 feet, completely screen out the school in certain areas. However, with approval, the applicant intends to work with staff through the site plan review process and the addition of up to 80 additional trees at key areas that, when mature, will provide additional screening. In regard to the windows of the building, you're correct. There's no windows proposed on the north elevation at this point, but it has been continually expressed that even with the existing block wall, setback from property lines, and the existing and proposed trees, that privacy is still a primary concern for residents. We have discussed this and have come to an agreement that any second-story window that faces a residence shall be glazed or frosted in order to prevent viewing into private properties. Yet still light as might be required by energy codes and Title 24 that was mentioned earlier today. As an added measure, as you saw on the site plan, there are no windows proposed on the north elevation. In regards to enrollment, the request is to permit the expansion of the school to allow for up to 414 students over a 7-year plan. These numbers are in coordination with the proposed size of the new building and classrooms needed for this growth. Generally, enrollment may come in small increments. 40 was an estimated number, but that could easily, realistically, be 5 students a year to 40 students per year maximum. Additionally, the applicant was recently made aware that there's a similar school under consideration in the city of Fresno. This could potentially have an impact on enrollment numbers on Valley Crescent School, but the school is confident that it can continue to provide a great learning experience for its students. School staff strongly feel about being a good neighbor and are extremely pleased to be a part of this great neighborhood. Valley Crescent School is a good steward of the school and wants to maintain a good relationship with its neighbors and is asking that you support approval of the Planning Commission's decision. I'm available for any questions.
Lando, with regards to the 300, so can you sort of explain that? Because I think the letter that we got said, sort of understood that 300 would be the max, and you can scale things down to that number instead. So
that 300 number came at the neighborhood outreach, and it actually came for the residents, not from school staff. School staff always maintain the 414 students at maximum enrollment.
Okay. Thanks for that clarification. Any other questions for Orlando?
Yeah, just going back, since you were part of this project 20 years ago, and I think I was too, in some respects. Do you think that this really can hold 400 people at this site?
I do. It's a 2.5-acre site. It's dispersed amongst all the different grades, K through 8. So it isn't significant when you look at how many students will actually be there at one time. They stagger their lunches, they stagger their breaks, so you're not getting all 400 students out in the play area at one time. It's all staggered throughout in 15-minute intervals to allow for opportunities to get some of the students into class. Staff uses walkie-talkies to tell them it's time to go back into class, and they go into class. I'm not exactly sure where the concern about an intercom system or a PA system, but I visited the site, and I can assure they don't have any of that.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions?
Orlando, can you speak to existing buildings and what would potentially be taken out? Are you authorized to have that conversation?
I could, based on the site plan, Marissa's already going to it.
Yeah, if we can go, right back there, right there. On the bottom of there's an existing, and I can't see what it says, building. Portable building. Do you know if the plan is to keep that building when you build the other one, or?
Right, the plan is to keep that building. There are 2 modular buildings that were approved with a conditional use permit previously.
Right, I was there today, I saw.
Yeah, they will remain on site. In addition, the primary building will also remain, as well as the covered structure on the top there, adjacent to the basketball court. The actual proposed 2-story building has a footprint of 6,000 square feet, plus or minus. It's approximately an 80 by 80, so the 6,000 square feet below and 6,000 above brings it to the 12,000 square feet total.
Now, the proposed building is it's gonna supplant an existing awning that the kids eat outside. Do you know where they're gonna be eating when the building is done?
Part of the new building? Oh, inside the current building, there's already a kitchen facility there, so they will utilize that. Right now, they are overcrowded. I've had a couple of meetings at the site, and they are using black plastic tarps to separate classrooms. We actually had a meeting in the kitchen area because there is no conference area. So this provided them an opportunity to expand and actually use that kitchen facility.
Maybe I didn't make my question clear. When this building, if it's approved and built, will the kids be eating outside still, or will they be utilizing inside facilities?
They will be utilizing an inside facility.
Okay, so that could reduce some of the noise.
That definitely would reduce noise, exactly.
Okay. Now, being that I've known you for 30 years, are there mitigation things that can be done to allay the concerns about the noise?
One of the things I recommended to the staff is that with the proposed basketball court being 27.5 feet from the eastern property line, is to do what they do similar there to the tennis courts, is provide a 10-foot chain link fence with vinyl slatting. it drops the decibel rating probably 3 to 4 decibels, which could be effective. The other thing that they can do, and I recommended them as well, is to utilize not the portable basketball courts, because those clink and clank all over the place, and is to use the metal post with the metal backboard and use cloth nets. That also reduces decibel readings as well. So those are things that can be done immediately with the site plan review. That would definitely help.
I mean, anybody who's lived by a school are gonna experience all of these, all the issues, parking, noise, things like that. Are there mitigation things that can be done with parking and the drop-off flow? Is there anything that you would be recommending potentially if you were in that position?
Right. Well, one of the things they indicated is to increase the drop-off and pickup time to a 45-minute window. That'll disperse a lot of the traffic as well. And someone mentioned also providing additional parking in the back adjacent to the basketball courts. That's a possibility as well. They do need the open space for any soccer games or outdoor events, but they can use it as a quasi-use and part private and for other uses as well. So those there can help mitigate some of those problems.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for me? Okay. Thank you, Orlando.
Yeah, one other thing I might add,
Yes.
if there's a concern with privacy as well, I don't see any reason that the school can't put a 2-foot architectural lattice above the block walls to provide additional privacy and screening. So we can review that through the site plan review process.
Okay, thank you. Hold on. We'll turn it on for you. Okay, there you go, sir.
Thanks. I'm Brian Gilster, and I live in the house. My bedroom's about 35 feet away from the basketball court, so we're probably the closest house to the school. Yeah, the noise currently with 160 students, like my neighbor said, Semi Yusuf, it's pretty loud, you know. And I know everyone's saying, comparing it to public schools in Clovis, but the problem with that is that at 414 students, that is by far and away the highest density of students by land area of any of the schools in Clovis. So we're really not looking at apples versus apples. So that's my biggest point. And Sammy mentioned I used an app on my phone to measure the decibels. And, you know, it was just a random time. I just did it once. I was just curious. And, you know, I just held it up, head height, and it was measuring 55 to 61 decibels. So, I mean, that's with 160 students just on a random day. You know, some kids playing out there. It definitely wasn't the loudest I've ever heard it. So I guess, I mean, for me, the basketball court's not in a great location. Yeah, more central, somewhere away from the, you know, the boundary. The other issue that I have, and I'm not sure if I'm correct on that, I'm not, I don't understand the decibels and all that quite as well, but when you build a 2-story building, I know you know, sound can bounce off, so if you have the basketball court there, a 2-story building, it could be louder. I mean, I don't know if that was accounted for or not with the building being there. So, I'm also a veteran with a disability. I have chronic tinnitus, and I have sleeping issues. So yeah, it makes it difficult. I can manage now, but yeah, I mean, in the future, you know, when I do get a day off, it's you know, nice to relax a little bit in your yard. So I guess currently, I mean, I don't have a problem with the school itself. You know, when it's at 160 students, they're definitely, my problem is with the traffic, the safety. Yes, there's, you know, school signs to lower the speed limit with children present, but honestly, there's really not often that there's children present walking because most of them are all being driven to the school. So everyone's still going 45, 50 miles an hour. And then with the issue, so now, I did take pictures and a bit of video just out my front door one time. I happened to be there when the school was departing, and it was a mess. I mean, I think now because the parents are being told to, maybe go down and do a U-turn at Peach, so now all three things are happening. So you're getting U-turns, right in front of us on Nees and Sylmar, and then you have some parents are turning into Sylmar and turning around, that median right in front of my house and going back out. So there's actually, I have a picture of the cars going straight across, the front of Sylmar, just sitting there, all lined up. And then, so people are trying to get out of our street, and some of them are parents as well. So, yeah, I don't know how you could actually visit the site at the time that the kids are dropped off and picked up and not see that. I just don't understand. So, so I guess I'm basically at the point where, to me, the first cup, they're not really meeting the requirements as it stands. And I think that needs to be addressed before you can even consider, going with the second cup. And 414, I really think it would be a mess. I understand that, the public schools, they have traffic issues as well, but this is a private school. It's in a completely surrounded residential neighborhood. The houses are very close. It's not like the public schools, where they have acres and acres of playing fields. So, thank you very much. Any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Brian.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, my name is Tracy Gilster. I'm the last member of the family to stand up and speak. You've heard from all three of us, and I can definitely account that he has tinnitus and going very deaf. We've lived there for 12 years. We moved into the property fully knowing there was a school there, accepted everything. Until the last time we appeared here, I did not know there was a restriction for parents to not park on Sylmar. I just assumed they're having carnivals, they're allowed to do that. So I probably would have complained because I could not get out my driveway, my car was blocked. No one was very receptive to me, you're going to move your car. It didn't happen. Anyway, I have seen a reduction in the number of cars that are on Sylmar. I appreciate that. Obviously, I come from another country. I'm from New Zealand. I feel our schools there are even more inclusive than the schools here. They can run about with barefoot and wear spaghetti straps without being sent home. So many rules here that one has to get used to. I love kids playing, Our kids ran their cross countries and barefoot. There was no complaints. They did it. I believe in what the school is doing. I have no problem with that. And I do believe they need upgrades, to be able to supply quality classrooms for their children. Not a problem with that. We just have a problem with the amount of students they're proposing to have. They can have an increase, like we've said, if there was a cap on that. I still don't know, even if we had a cap, that the traffic problem would improve. I too have seen cars stopped right in front of the median on Sylmar, on Nees, cars on the other side of that, cars on the other side of that, people U-turning. It's not for a long period of time because there are not many students, but that can cause a problem, and I don't see how that has got passed, that that's allowable, how that can increase by 140% even over 7 years. My bedroom is right next to that blue area. Come and stay in my bedroom. Feel free, Not that I'm planning to be there, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but I can tell you that a basketball court will make a difference, and I'm, not too happy about that. I do believe there are, things that could be done to improve it, that we're all happy with how things go forward. I don't believe the traffic has been addressed. I don't believe the noise has been addressed. And I do not believe that the density of population at the school has been addressed. I'm a parent. My children have gone to Clover School since we moved to the country. I just feel that it just needs more attention and attention to what our neighbourhood needs. But, I do want to find a compromise that school can continue and provide good education that they are already doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Leticia. I live in Clovis. I First of all, thank you for your time. First thing I want to say, I have nothing against children. I have nothing against education. I have nothing against the school. I take offense when you start saying that we should all enjoy the noise. Come to my backyard. I invite anyone to come to my backyard. I work 12 hours to 14 hours a day. Sometimes I have to go cover the night shift. I lived right on Muncie. I'm not right next to the school. My room is not right next to them. I live like maybe a block or 2 blocks, and I can hear them. I can hear the noise. I have lived in that area for more than 10 years. I have not once come in to complain about the school noise. I have not once gone into the school administrator to complain about their noise. I'm very well aware where we live. I'm very well aware that on one side I have Buchanan, on the other side I have the school. I support the school. However, the noise is tremendous. The noise for me personally is unbearable. I cannot go to the backyard and enjoy my day when it's my day off and just be in my backyard enjoying the day because the noise is too much. And you, sir, you said that they don't use microphones. Whatever they use, I can hear them. And I am not right next to them. I can hear all the way to my house, and it's so loud, I have to go back inside. I'm asking please to reconsider that. I care nothing against education, nothing against kids. I have kids. I'm a grandmother. I support that. I'm asking to reconsider what can be done to minimize the noise, because it really is unbearable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leticia. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and close the public portion now and bring it back to the council, whether if we have any questions, if we have any direction, any thoughts. Go ahead.
I have a question for staff. Back in the original CUP, did we have limitations on the size and scope that we were going to allow at that time? So I know this was a long time ago with the original CUP, but we're talking about, originally I think when the school came in and proposed the number of students and whatnot, that I think, if I remember right, there was a cap put in place at that time?
Yes, there was a cap. I believe it was with the second amendment when Valley Crescent joined the daycare. There was a cap for no more than, I believe it was around 90 students that Valley Crescent could have. And then with the third amendment, they were increased to the 174 because the daycare was no longer operating. So then they could take what the daycare had in their enrollment.
So that's where we're at now, is the current
That's
174 number. Okay. And let's see, what's my other question? A lot of these questions have been answered both sides already, so. Okay, that's all I have for right now. Okay.
Any other questions or thoughts? Yeah. Go ahead, Lynn.
Well, so thank you, all for being here. I think I've heard most of these CUPs over the years as a planning commissioner or as a council member. What happens in these deals is it becomes about the school, and not a single person on earth is opposed to schools or kids, and we are grateful. Your school makes our community better, so please, that isn't even the issue. It always comes down to the dirt, like the land, and that's sort of where we are. And this neighborhood has had a tough time over the years because of this vacant property that subsequently has now turned into this really beautiful community that you all have built. So all of that is awesome. For me, I'm a peacemaker by trade. I have a master's from Fresno Pacific, so I'm all about compromise. So I've heard that word twice here today. I wanted to cheer every time I heard it. What I think needs to happen, we're not going to get this open by fall. That's a thing. I would love to see us hold on, continue this CUP a little more time to allow neighbors and schools to have a conversation. There's something about the scale of this that's the challenge. And I've seen this more than once over the last number of years I've done this. The use is the use, but then we make it this big, and then it doesn't work. So there's something about the scale of this project that if it was a little bit smaller, took up a little bit smaller footprint, maybe accommodated 300 kids and not 400, whatever that number was, I think we could adjust some of the concerns. So that would be my opinion tonight. I didn't hear any urgency about has to we do tonight or we don't get a loan or whatever. So that's where I think the path forward is. The other thing I would say to our staff, every single time we've done a project on knees between Willow and Peach, Silmar, Timmy, U-turns, crossing median islands, your wife's driving, no, I'm just kidding, is an issue. So we have got to find a way to solve the problems along knees, whether it's changing the way the islands are laid out, changing the left and right turn, but this has been a perpetual problem for 25 years. It's not the school's fault, it's the way this is developed. So I think we need some time to rethink the engineering along knees to solve that traffic problem fundamentally, which is causing some of this angst. So that would be my recommendation. Love the school, love having you as part of our community, love all of that, love the passion. The per capita doctor thing must be pretty high in this neighborhood. Love all of that, love all of that. But we just need a little time to have a conversation and to rethink needs, because we're not going to solve it incrementally unless we take a moment and figure it out down the street. So that would be my recommendation, that we consider just continuing it a bit, doing a little bit more work and making it scale. We have an obligation to protect the character of the residential neighborhoods and the character of your school. We're trying to make these go together, and the people that bought these houses and built these houses, they've been through a lot. It was all kinds of things, a skilled nursing facility, a dementia facility, lots of things over the years. And preserving the character of that neighborhood has been important, and preserving the character of your school is equally as important. So that would be my recommendation, that we take a moment, take it back to staff, school, neighbors, Orlando, and see what we can do to solve the problem so that everyone can grow and more kids can take advantage of the beautiful things that you have to offer. So that's my 2 cents.
Go ahead, Drew.
I don't disagree with Lynn on this. But when I came on the council in 2017, there was the lot where the Gary McDonald's homes are now. And we went through at least 2 iterations of a dementia facility. There was an older folks' home, if I remember correctly. It was 2-story, it was 1-story, and I'll be honest with you, every time it came in, people were unhappy. And I frankly don't think that we're going to be able to make everybody happy. And maybe the thing here is everybody walks away a little unhappy. I think there is some compromise area here that maybe we can come up with. I'll be honest with you, the noise mitigation thing didn't ring true with me. I don't, when someone says the number's 55 at the worst case scenario, I don't know. I don't know. And so, to me, the issues, and some of this is outside of the control of the neighborhood and the school. The U-turns, like Lynn was saying, I still don't know why we permit U-turns at Timmy, because it's really not, that median island, the way it's done there is not a very good engineering for that. I'm surprised we don't have more accidents. I think there's work that can be done where everybody walks away a little happy and a little unhappy. I don't think there's any way that we're going to make everybody happy here. I would encourage people to go and do a tour at the school. I did it today. I was impressed. And I think that the people who go there deserve a great education so that they can come into society and do the things that great people do. I don't have a problem delaying this a little bit, but I don't think we should take too long. I don't think that's fair to all the people involved, but everybody's gonna need to give a little bit, and if you're not willing to do that, quite frankly, you're probably gonna be very unhappy.
I think I'm on the same page with, my council members up here. Both sides of this issue, I think, deserve the opportunity that you've had to be heard, and it's so difficult when you have something where you can fully appreciate both sides of an issue, because I think what this school is doing and the fact that you are at a point where you need to expand your facilities to accommodate more people and you're having that kind of success, that is fantastic, and I want to celebrate that with you. But at the same time, I think one of the difficulties I've had is when we have these reports come to us, whether it's, you know, noise this or traffic study that, and the applicant, the school in this situation, does the checklist. You guys go through and you do everything that's required to obtain this CUP, to build this new building. You're going to go through the site plan review, and staff will make sure that the heights and the this and the that are all, you know, up to our city standards and code and all of that. And yet then there's kind of that human element, which is the neighbors coming in and saying, we understand that they've done all of these things, but we question the noise study, we question the traffic study, we have personal experience here. And so that's always my difficulty, is taking, okay, you did what you were supposed to do. You followed the city's process to build your new building, to expand your school, to have that opportunity to capitalize on the success of what you're doing, and yet we have to balance that with the neighborhood and what can't necessarily have a staff report coming to us. We just have to hear from the people and take that into account as well. And so what my biggest concern from what I have heard tonight is simply the noise element. I think we may have some concept of some mitigation efforts that Orlando brought forward in that. So I think there's definitely room to kind of solve for that problem to an extent. But the one that I really am still struggling with is this traffic concern, and particularly the pickup and drop-off times with the ingress and egress of the parking lot. The number of parking stalls, totally fine, get that, but I cannot mentally myself comprehend how that works, because I know what it's like doing school drop-off and school pickups and going in and around the, and so I have my own experience, and I really do struggle with what I know to be going on Sylmar, because I believe the people who are saying it, what's going on with the backup on knees and the bike lanes and all those things. And so the fact that it's, 30 minutes in the morning, maybe 45 minutes in the morning or the afternoons, that's a thing, that's a reasonable thing, but I still don't think that's necessarily okay for the neighborhood, for the residents that are there and have been there. So I'm really, really on board with seeing what we can do still to answer some of these challenges, but very, very hopeful that we can get to a point where, sort of, it's like, yeah, maybe not everybody is super thrilled because they got exactly what they wanted, but that we have something where both sides know that we've heard you and that we want to do what we can to make this project and this neighborhood as compatible as possible. So if there is room to keep working on those couple of things, then that really is what I would like to see happen.
Good. I just in agreement there. I think the school's amazing, the things they do. Maybe it's an incremental increase. Can we go up 30 students and see where that goes? Does it go another 30 students and see where that goes over the next couple of years? I know you need to build the building and figure that part out too, and there's a big cost and expense that goes with that as well, but, maybe the city can work with Valley Crescent and finding a location somewhere in town that's, more suitable for 1,000 students or something along those lines. I don't know. But I know that the school has built themselves a great reputation. They've built themselves, an excellent school in what they provide. So trying to figure out how to find that balance between expansion for you and the neighborhood is really going to be the challenge. And I do think traffic is a big issue, from what I've seen out there personally too. So, anyways, I'm not opposed to, trying to find a, solution of mitigation between neighbors and the school for now, and try to figure out where we go from there.
Okay, The issue with the noise, I thought when we did the firing line, what was that? The gun range. It finally settled when the neighbors said, come take the measurement from our living room. Because they kept saying, they kept hearing it. Come take it from, and when they did, it was never as loud as what the neighbors complained. But at least it settled like it was very factual, because what bothers you, maybe at 35, but the law is 55, right? So in other words, it actually validated whether, because we all have different tolerances, you know, siren bothers me and, you know, it doesn't bother you. So in other words, that was what I was always wondering, if we actually went beyond the walls to just say, yes, this neighbor allowed me to stand by his pool. It was only 47, or no, it was 63, you know? And so I do want that, because I think that allows us to not just give subjective, it's so noisy, it's so noisy. No, the reader's going to tell us, okay? And it's just going to be pretty factual. And if we can do that, I'm done with the noise. But until we do that, it's difficult, because we'll have people saying it's bothering. Okay, let's see if it's up to the code. It may still bother you, okay? I can't help you there. It may still bother you. But our code is our code, and we ask the applicants to come in. Hey, we did the measurements, it did that. And so that's what we did at the firing line, at least in the planning commission, that it finally settled that fair and square, and they didn't come back. Meaning the neighbors couldn't come back because it was in their living room that they said it was bothering them. Now, with regards to the traffic, I think sometimes we are unfair to something that is not Clovis Unified, okay? Because it is a private school, it bothers us a little bit more. But if it was CUSD, no one comes in and complains about Red Bank, Janet Young, any of those schools. No one comes in. But yet, if it's a private school, sometimes we forget that it's still a school, and we think of it as something that is not Clovis Unified. So I feel that sometimes is unfair to someone who is just trying to do something great for the community. And so that might be, I see that it's there. And so I don't, because it's a school, sorry neighbors, it's gonna have cars at 7:30 till 8:15. And regardless where you live, I live down in Ashland, and it just has schools. It's just something that is part of life of living next to a school. And we approved it already, and I'm one where when we make you jump through hoops, and you jump through hoops, and you give the professional studies, I tend to go, you did your work. You are allowed to, and then our staff are the experts, and then our staff even went to verify, which we hardly ever do. We don't do it that much, where our engineers now also go and verify a traffic study. And so we did double the work, and it still showed, hey, that it can handle what's going on there. My only thought, and I was kind of whispering to Councilmember Ashbeck, is what if the basketball court in the building was switched, you know, where now the building's there, so there's no more noise and it's blocking the two neighbors, and so put the basketball court sort of in the center, but I don't know. That's something you guys can decide. And I think it'll eliminate some of that outside noise, but that may not be easy because I don't see all the engineering and the plans that you need to do. I do feel that with regards to the 55, we do need a noise mitigation plan. If it gets there, what do we do then? Because until there's something also to ensure that, if it's getting there, we'll do what Councilmember Bessinger says. Hey, let's raise that 2-foot ornamental, structure that helps with the noise. We need to put that stuff in so when it triggers it, we have something in place instead of neighbors coming in complaining, kind of like what we had at the firing line, where now we have to try to figure that out in this session. If we already have mitigation plans for that, let's do that. I also think we need an event parking plan in place, so that way that we can hold the school accountable when there is an event. Okay, how is it? How do we notice the neighbors? What's going on? That, I think, is important. And with regards to the appeals fee, I'm for waiving it, because we've done it for other residents where they came forward. And so when residents come forward, I think we should waive that fee, and we should allow our residents to be able to address us, because without it, it may be, you know, maybe it's only attached to those 3 homes and there's nothing else. Those 3 homes may not have the ability to pay. I know it's only $1,700, but only, I say only, but it could be, that's too much, then I'll just forget it, and I'll learn to live with it, when you may have very legitimate reasons to address your council on concerns that come forward. So I am all for the reimbursement, especially when it's citizens coming forward. And then I appreciate what the school was willing to do already, planting 80 trees to help mitigate, changing the drop-off and pickup signs. And so I don't mind the extension. I feel like extensions are very detrimental to applicants because they're on a strict timeline. Let's approve it, verify the decibels. Traffic is something we have to take care of, because there's no other, you've already done what is there. We can verify those, and if there's something, let's mitigate the noises. So I'm ready to move forward with it. But
I'll make a
what's
motion.
the motion?
I will make a motion, I'm not quite sure, to continue, I guess, this item to a date uncertain to allow for additional work. I don't know if I'm upholding a request or appeal, or I don't know, I'm just continuing the item. Is that okay? Is that the motion?
Is that
Somebody?
clear?
Yeah, I would look to staff. I might suggest that council ask staff what the
because it's the
direction that you may have.
What's the right motion for you?
To deny the CUP, right? So the
Well,
motion is just to continue it.
It's just, I don't want to deny it or uphold it at the moment, because we're not quite done. So I just want to continue this item to a month from now, or whatever you suggest.
It will be to a date uncertain.
To continue it till a date uncertain? So I'll make a motion that we continue this appeal request to a date uncertain.
Motion on the floor. Give me a second.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do we have the ability to do our own noise testing?
I'm not aware of any professional staff and or equipment that we have available. Based on my experience at the firing line, that usually is a third party that we bring in.
So we would go to a third party?
That's been my experience.
Okay, because I think, to Vong's point, if we can come up with a benchmark, we have at least one person said it's unbearable. And if they can get us there when it is in their mind unbearable, and it turns out to be 40 decibels, it's not 55. And then I think then everybody will understand what the benchmark is. So we've hired third parties, we can't do that ourselves?
I don't believe we have the expertise to do sound studies and the equipment, but I'd like the staff to support that.
I don't think it needs to be super secret certified. I mean, I'm assuming there are decibel meters that we can, am I wrong?
But it may need to stand a challenge, though.
Well,
right. Should someone decide to challenge?
Well, then it comes back. Okay.
Yeah. Right. So that's my only thing. You know, my iPhone wasn't as good as your iPhone. So.
And I'll look at staff behind me to correct me if I'm wrong, but we do have a list of environmental consultants that we can potentially look at and do the necessary hiring if needed.
Okay.
But it doesn't answer the question of who's paying for it, right? But just want to point it out there. Oh, and Councilmember Ashbeck, if I may, go back to your motion. If council is moving to continue this item to a date uncertain, if we can get direction from council as to what your expectations are between now and the time it comes back to you.
Well, so this was just the Lynn Ashbeck interpretation. Noise? Knees? Looking at left turns, U-turns, just the general flow of traffic in there, just because you can make a U-turn, should you be able to, I think those kinds of questions. And then is there anything about for me, the scale of the project? Could it be 300 kids? Could it be, I don't know, but the scale of the entire project just needs to take an inhale. Like, it needs to be smaller to match the property. That's what I think we've heard. And did I miss anything? Noise, traffic, and for me, the scale. And I think the neighbors and the school are willing to talk that through. I mean, I didn't hear anybody saying they didn't want to do that. And there might be other things. Maybe there's other noise mitigation things. Maybe it's some other tree. I don't know. Maybe it's the architectural treatment on that north wall. I don't know. But I think just to make it more successful. I will remember I don't quite remember the firing line that way, because our code may not be bearable in your living room. That's the problem with that number, right? So people still call me on the firing line noise. So I don't think you're ever going to get there. So you've got to be careful on that number, because our code may not be bearable.
Well, that takes an ordinance amendment.
Understand.
We can't hold it on them.
Understand.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's where we are. So that's what I think. Anybody else want to chime in, if anybody's going to second this motion?
If I could,
Yeah.
before the second, just some additional comments from the notes that I jotted down, some Lando even raised. So there were several comments from council, even additional operational statement commitments, I think, that Lando referenced, that were even referenced in the letter, that aren't necessarily, or things I didn't find in the conditions of approval. So there may be things that we want to actually add into the conditions of approval that were stated tonight by the school's representative. So I would suggest that might be direction to staff. And then I think it would be important for staff, I think, to identify, or at least let the council know, what conditions would be attached to the CUP. And then we also have the following site plan review, which also has conditions. What type of conditions might be appropriate for the SPR as opposed to the CUP? So that might be an additional thing.
That's my motion. What Scott said. That's my motion.
And we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion?
With a comment.
Yes.
My expectation of staff is to come back with a noise mitigation, a benchmark with pick 3 houses on all 3 sides, and find someone who says it's unbearable. We set a benchmark. We know what that number is, so that then we can make a decision on whether it truly is unbearable by code. And then the traffic issues are going to be on us to fix the turn lanes and the U-turn areas. But that would be my expectation with my second.
Yeah, my only comment is, I think it is very unfair for applicants when streets are our issues. And we have held applications up because of our issues, not their issues. If there was something directly in the traffic report that this number of cars is causing, I'm all for it, but there's too many times where we put traffic in there because it's nice, it's like a buzzword, and yet it's never the applicant. Where is it? Show me the link. The U-turn's not them. The what's going on. So in other words, I feel like sometimes because it's convenient for us when you bring it forward, that now we go, oh yeah, go figure this out first before you come back. And so that's something that is our doing, our having to fix, and it should not delay what's going on with their application. And I really feel like with the other items of the CUP, I don't see where, we found it's already physically suitable. We found that it meets because the staff has reviewed it. So in other words, I'm trying to look at it and go, which of these 6 items did they fail? Only one that I think is not verified, not that you failed, is just the noise. And if we can get that, I think that can be done easily. So that's just my comment.
I would like to call for the question, if I could, please. Thank you.
All those in favor of continuing to a date unknown, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. Okay. Motion passes 4-1. So work together.
Sorry, on the other item regarding that you brought up about the appeal and the finances, that's a separate topic, correct?
I think it'll all come back together. as one, because it's part of the appeal.
Because I agree with you on that. I
Yeah.
feel like citizens should be able to, you know, come in and file an appeal without paying.
And Scott, that'll come back together.
Well,
because
yeah,
it's part of the question,
Yeah,
part
as
of what
far
was asked before us in this appeal.
Correct. As
In-
far as the
yeah.
waiver of the
for the
fee,
waiver.
that was not approved yet.
Yeah.
So that would come
it's
back,
not-
I guess, yes.
Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay. we
Mayor,
will
can I
move-
ask a question?
Yes.
So, once again, it's 9 o'clock. We're not even, we have Measure Y. Is there anything on our agenda, this is just me, that we don't have to do tonight? Because we got 3 hours of business ahead, and it's 9 o'clock. And I don't know how we end up in this spot over and over again, but here we are. So, I'm just gonna ask, is there anything that we can do, continue, or are we gonna be here till midnight? Measure Y is the most important thing, or do we meet again next week? I'm not sure, but this exasperates me every time this happens.
Well, I'd like the team, we have 2 land use items, the GPAC, formation, which I think is a relatively quick item. And then we have the APR for our housing element, which is also a relatively quick item based on the feedback I've received. So I think we can get through those in about 25 minutes total combined, unless council has a lot of questions.
Okay, then it's gonna be an hour on Measure Y, and then it's performance review and a closed session item on hearing. I don't know how come we can't get this. So anyway, I'm super frustrated. I'll stop talking, we'll do the best we can. But we cannot do this over and over again. I do not know why we cannot manage the agenda. Sorry. I'm having a bad day,
I do want to respond, Councilman Ashbeck. I think we owe it to the public.
I
So
do.
just because they go for 2 hours,
No.
it's not the fault of staff putting things on the agenda. And so I feel like it's unfair. You know, some items can go for 4 hours, but we have to allow them to talk.
No.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly right. But we should be able to project how long something might take and then put on the rest of it accordingly. We knew this would take a good 3 hours, and here it is 9 o'clock. So it's our job to know how long this stuff could take and be a better gauge of it. I think they should talk for 6 hours if they want. I'm all for that. I just don't want to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning. So, sorry. Okay. Whatever. Well, we're gonna do what we're gonna do. I just wasted 5 minutes of yelling at you. Sorry.
Okay. I think we agree.
We do.
Yeah.
Totally agree.
So, item number 9, okay, consider resolution authorizing staff to initiate an application process for soliciting members of the General Plan Advisory Committee as part of the General Plan update. Staff on this is Lily Cha, or Cindy, Senior Planner.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. I will try to make this as quick as possible.
No, here we are. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
So,
It really doesn't matter.
before I do get started, I'd like to mention that the general plan update consultant, Ben with the Novo, is online. I hope he's still online.
He's asleep.
So if you do have any questions directed to him, feel free to ask. All right, so for those who are unaware of the GPAC, it's the General Plan Advisory Committee, and basically they are a committee made up of community members, stakeholders, people interested in Clovis, and they're meant to, their objective is to provide advice and recommendation on the general plan update process and work closely with the consultant and staff on that. So the GPAC members can expect about 12 overall meetings, and I do want to stress there could be more. It's going to be on an as-needed basis as we go through the process. We will be demanding the GPAC between August 2025 through the end of 2026. So that's about a 17-month commitment. And GPAC meetings are always going to be in the evening. They're going to be about 2 to 3 hours long, and I just want to stress that so that interested parties are aware of the commitment that they are signing up for. And then, of course, we will be providing meeting material to the GPAC members ahead of time, and we expect that they are all read up by the time the meeting starts so that we can have fruitful meeting discussions. And then all GPAC members are expected to participate in meetings actively. So what that looks like in the 17-month period is, in terms of content, is that beginning, in the summer 2025, August, September, we'll have our first meeting. We'll start, discussions about goals and priorities, challenges of the community, and visioning. And then as we get on into, the fall and winter, we'll start talking about land use changes and future growth. And then in moving on to the next following year, we'll start talking about, the different elements of the general plan, which includes traffic, community wellness, public services, those sort of things. And then, really, we hope to have a draft, general plan document by the, summer and or fall of 2026 for the GPAC member to do final review on. And then that's pretty much their 17-month commitment. We really won't need them after that because for the most part of 2027, we'll be working on the technical work related to the environmental impact report. Before moving on to our approach, I do want to provide council with a quick overview of what was done with the last GPAC. For the current general plan. So it was an application process. The staff recommended a selection of 15 members, and council was provided with a list, including the applicants and their information. And then of the 4 to 6 total applicants, council ultimately selected a 19-member GPAC with 2 alternatives. So with this process, similarly, we are seeking an application process. We are also requesting no more than 15 members in the GPAC, and then we'll have 2 additional members from the youth committee. And I do want to note that GPAC members do not have to be residents of Clovis. However, they have to have some relevant tie to the city of Clovis. Some of the objectives we're going to be looking at when making selections is to ensure that we have a diverse representation in background. So with that, our application is going to be categorized into 5 affiliation categories. I'll go over that one in the next slide. We also are looking for people with the expertise and experience to provide relevant participation in the process, and people who are committed to the process, as well as those who have a collaborative mindset. The last thing we want is people who are self-interested. We want people to come together to make the decision, a good decision for the overall community. And then, of course, to have good understanding of community needs. I do want to note that the GPAC is going to be open to the public, so for those who weren't selected, ultimately, they could participate at all the meetings actively with the committee members. So moving on to the application content, we have just general information. We have questions related to reasons why the applicants are interested in serving on the GPAC. We have those 5 categories I mentioned earlier. They include the development community. Those are residential, non-residential developers. We have the business community. Those include business owners, business organizations such as the Chamber, Boot, and Rotary. And then public organizations, which includes hospitals, school districts, other agencies. And then we have community service category, which includes civic organizations such as historic societies, preservation communities, heritage foundations, museum associations, housing advocacy groups, ADA advocacy groups, and such. And then we have, an at-large category that captures everybody else, including our residents that just want to participate as a resident. And then the application also includes questions about the contributions that the applicant will have to the process, as well as confirmation on their commitment to the process. The application will be open between April and May. That's 2 whole months. They will be submitted by email to myself and or dropped off to the Planning and Development Services Department. In terms of promoting application, we will be working closely with Chad and Taylor on putting the word out there, including social media and media news releases. We do have a listserv of interested individuals for the general plan update process that we will send an email to, as well as we'll be emailing our contacts in the development industry, as well as other community-based organizations. We will also be promoting the application through some at some near-term events, including Trail Fest, Farmers Market, and so forth. So next steps, again, application April through May. June, staff will be vetting those applications and making a recommendation of 15 members. We'll provide that information and the recommendation to the council, and then council could make changes as they see fit. And at the in July, council will make the final appointment of the GPAC members, and then we won't need the GPAC until August or September.
Lily?
Yes.
Sorry, will we see all the applications or
Yes.
just the 15 you provide?
You will see all of them, and then the 15 that we are recommending will be provided too. So with that, I ask that council approve this approach and authorize us to initiate this application process to solicit GPAC members. I'm open for questions.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
So I've had people reach out to me about wanting to be on this committee. So in what part of the application process can there be kind of a, council member so-and-so reached out to me or kind of solicited, whatever, or that type of thing? Because my understanding was it was 15 members and 5 council members. It was like 3 per council member. So how does that factor into the application process?
Yeah, so we'll ask that you just have your, those applicants identify on the application that, they're being recommended by council member Pierce or whatever, and we'll take that into consideration when we put the recommendations together. And again, as indicated, the council has the final say, so if we bring a list that you don't agree with and you want to switch out members, you can absolutely do that as the council.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Go ahead.
Just a quick comment on the Youth Commission. Thank you for including them. But I thought about, I wonder if, rather than have 2 committee members on the committee, I wonder if there's a different way. We should ask them how they want to be engaged. Because it could be that we might take GPAC to them 4 times a year or twice a year to their commission so they all can chime in. Because nobody's going to come that often if I'm a senior in high school or a junior in high school. So it may just be a way to get, some way to get them all engaged during their meetings. Chad, I don't know what you think about that, but I think I said, let's make sure we have a voice on here, and I think that's right. But today it dawned on me that maybe that's not quite practical for a kid who's busy. So maybe we can find a different way to take GPAC to them.
We can definitely do that.
But I really think I appreciate having their voice in here, but I think finding a way would be a good idea. What do you think about that, Mom?
Yeah, I agree with that. Brianna?
Yes, I have Ben, who's raised his hand. I'm not sure if this would be an appropriate time to let him chime in. Ben Ritchie, the consultant.
Oh, Ben? Okay, yes. I was like, public, yeah. Go ahead, Ben.
The Youth Commission, we are happy to work with them in whatever way works best. Yeah, I agree 17, 18 months is a difficult commitment for 1 or 2 individuals. So I wouldn't necessarily say we take a GPAC meeting to them, but what I would be very happy to do is take some general plan workshops to them and pose questions, get feedback. If they are willing, able, and available to participate in GPAC meetings, 100% welcome. If it's not feasible, we'll take meetings to them because this process benefits from having a youth voice. So we're very flexible into how that comes together.
Yeah, that's what I meant. So take some part of it to them, some workshop, some map drawing, something.
Yes,
It would be fun periodically throughout the way. Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely. And we're committed to just being flexible and results oriented. So as we get into the thick of this, we'll work with the school district, the youth commission, whatever structure's best. But 100% we want their voice, and we'll just adapt the meetings to make sure it works.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My only thought, Lily and Renee, is that the categories already are at 14. And so, I'm counting the bubbles here, right? And so you're already at 14, because I got residential, non-residential. I'm reading all these bullets, and it's already at 14, so we're only at 12. I think we just really need to agree on what we want. Because I'm looking at it, I go, well, I like veterans' voices. I think something in here has to go, well, we got to be 1 in each district, just so that the 5 districts are covered somehow. They may cross, many bubbles, but I think geography districts are important. I want did I say veteran voices already? And then I said, like, public safety people need to also be involved, because they can give that eye. So in other words, there are things where I think I would like, but then I think, how do we limit, or how do we put these down so that way if you can check 5 boxes, you might be more valuable than if you were just this one person who just does trails. I don't know, that's something for us to kind of discuss, because the staff has given some items here, and I count them, and there's a lot, and so how do we try to cover all the bases?
I think that's a great point, and we could modify this application so it's not just select one, but select all that apply. And then they could, you know, that could be part of our vetting.
Yeah.
And you mentioned 12, so I think at this point, with the 5 categories and 15, you know, we were kind of targeting 3 out of each category, but that also could change based on the description and the responses on the application.
Okay, so 3 from the 5 here, so 3 at large, which can mean, they can be anybody. Well, I really like already the things you listed, because I do want someone from the hospital and the school district, and so
Yeah, and
they're looking for direction from us. So
clarify, those bullet points and sub-points really are just examples of what that category includes. It's not necessarily that we want, you know, it would be nice to have that diversity within each category too, but they're just examples.
And I think for us, we better be more concrete, don't you think? As in, do we want someone in healthcare on these things? Then we should put that as, please find someone in healthcare, because we want that voice or vision on the committee, or should we not? I'm asking us.
I think that's just part of the process. When somebody applies, then we have the opportunity to select people, you know, that fit those categories. So, I mean, if it's important to have somebody in healthcare, then one of us can select somebody in healthcare and along those lines. So, you know, as I think we go through and we pick, you don't want to have all of us pick somebody in healthcare, so now we got 5 people in healthcare.
We're not going to.
No, I think we're picking the categories. I think we should give some direction. Is that what you're asking? Or leave that all up to you, and then we decipher at the end?
I think at this point, staff is pretty comfortable with the categories, and based on the submissions, so to Councilmember Pierce's comment, if you have individuals in mind, ensure that they apply. That's the first step, is they make an application. Then staff's going to vet these applications based on the responses, the number of affiliations or interests, and then we're going to come to you with a recommendation. If at that point in time you would like to modify our recommendation, you'll have all of the applications and you'll be able to modify it. Again, we are recommending 15, and it's going to be based on kind of the list, the diversification, the commitment, all of the items Lily had laid out. That's what we're going to be looking for the group. I think it's also important to note that when we came to you back in September to get the contract to do the general plan update authorized, there was a very strong interest from the council that we stay on budget and on target. And so we're very committed to doing that, and I think part of that is maintaining a group that's committed. It's a smaller group, they are advisory, so they're going to be making recommendations, advising, and that's what's going to come back to council. So keeping this at a manageable level is going to be really important as well.
Any other questions or directions for staff?
I think I hear where you're going. I think in some ways, like I think the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are probably right. I don't think Clovis Rotary is a business community. I think Clovis Rotary is a community service organization, so your examples don't exactly match up. So I think I don't think a hospital is a public organization. A hospital is 1,000% a business. So I just think how this gets organized, they're not public anyway, at least in Clovis. So I just think there might be a way maybe your examples might, you know, but I think the categories are probably the right categories. And then I guess my question is, so just so I'm clear, I just gave this answer to Matt, I might have been lying. You're gonna look at all the applications, you're gonna bring back 15 people, how they line up, but if we say, gosh, how about this or that, we're not gonna pick the 15, you're gonna pick the 15 first pass, and then we get to take a peek, right? Okay. My question, Scott, is are there conflict of interest considerations in a committee like this?
Well, None of them are gonna be compensated, right? We're not suggesting compensation for any of these committee members. It's an advisory committee only. They're not making final decisions. They're making
Okay,
suggestions to you guys, so,
okay,
no.
all right. But anyway, that's how I see it. So I think these categories, your examples aside, are the right categories for now. Let's see what you end up with.
Any other suggestions, comments? Okay. This time, we're gonna go ahead and open the public comment. If you have comments on the GPAC committee, General Plan Advisory Committee, you can address the council at this time. Okay. Go ahead.
Brian Wilson, 469 Bergen. My only concern would be is if, in the past, this was done in 93 or something like that, how many people were you able to get during that period of time that met your goals, and how they select those folks? The same process was used, and that would be my only thing, is because that's kind of you're gonna get a lot of different people from different backgrounds, but when you start pulling, you're gonna get somebody maybe that just has an interest in boating and they wanna see a lake. So, thank you.
How do you know? Were you on the committee then? No, I'm kidding. Did you want a lake?
Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, bring it back, do you have direction, Renee? And do you
There is
need
a
more?
resolution on the.
There is a resolution? Okay.
I'll make a motion that we, authorize staff to initiate the application process for soliciting members, for the General Plan Advisory Committee. And I do love, by the way, Create Clovis. Love that. Yeah, that's cool. That was cool. Anyway, that's my motion.
Okay, we have a motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Next is item 10. This is a resolution accepting and authorizing the submission of the 2024 General Plan Annual Progress Report, including the 2024 Housing Element Annual Progress Report, to the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation and the California Department of Housing and Community Development. Staff on this is our Senior Planner, Lily Cha.
All right. Okay, so, now we're pivoting to Housing Element General Plan reports. I just want to remind council that this is the report that comes before you every year around this time, and that's because we need to submit it to the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, formerly known as the Governor's Office of Planning and Research. And that needs to be submitted to them by April 1st. So that's why you see us on your last meeting in March every year. And this presentation's going to follow the same format as what you've seen in the previous years. I do want to point out that our housing element consultant assisted us with this annual progress report like they did with the previous ones. And I do have Matt from Ascent online, so he's also available if you have any questions you can direct, that you want to direct to him. All right, so that was a brief overview of the general plan and why we need to have this APR for the general plan. A very important component of the general plan is the housing element annual progress report. It's an appendix and a section in the general plan APR. So the general plan APR has 8 sections, and the city has kind of the creative allowance to format this report as needed, as long as it covers the relevant information of reporting on our general plan, as well as the inclusion of our housing element reporting. So we have 8 sections here. They include an introduction, implementation, some background information, some of the amendments in the reporting year. Yes, and I apologize, I didn't mention that we are reporting on the last calendar year, so the 2024 calendar year. And then we have information on the current general plan update process, some of our major projects that are pending that requires general plan amendments. We have, again, section 7 and 8 are the housing element reporting. So an important component of the general plan reporting includes, the amendments that were conducted in the reporting year. In 2024, we were working on a total of 10 general plan amendment projects, of which, 5, all those highlighted in green, were approved in the reporting year. Those include the RT Park, an apartment complex, the Osmond and Barron, senior apartments, updating the multifamily density requirements as required by our settlement programs, and the housing element adoption also is a general plan. And everything in orange are projects that are still pending. Those include our Heritage Grove specific plan, the Vista Ranch projects, and our infill rezone program. So I'm going to go ahead and pivot over to the housing element annual progress report. Again, just to reiterate, the purpose of the housing element portion of this report is to report on the progress that the city has made on its RENA requirements as well as our housing programs. So the difference here is that we're reporting on our recently adopted and certified housing element. And we use building activity data as well as housing element activities in 2024 to generate this report. And again, this report must be submitted to HCD and LCI by April 1st. So when it comes to our RENA progress, this table provides an overview of what we've done so far. And you'll probably be familiar with this table because it looks very similar to the previous year cycle reporting table, except now it's specific to the 6th cycle. So the column to the left is the separated in the 4 different income levels, very low, low, moderate, and above moderate. And then the second column there is the city's responsibility in terms of RENA, which totals up to 8,977 units. And then right next to that table, the column about projection period between June 30th, 2023 and the end of 2023. That's actually, June 30th is actually when the RENA projection period starts. I know it's an odd date, but that's just the date. And so we have to report the units developed or permitted within that period. And then the 2023 column is actually empty because that was reported with the last APR for the last cycle. And then, of course, 2024 is our current reporting, and the remaining columns will be the years to come. And then the columns, the 2 columns to the far right is the total units to date of the reporting period, and then the total remaining RENA responsibility. So that's just an overview of the table. And in terms of what we've developed, based on analysis by our consultant, we were able to identify 13 very low-income units, 13 low-income units, 16 moderate income units, and 612 above moderate units, totaling 654 units for the 2024 reporting year. So I'm going to go ahead and pivot over to our housing element programs. Just to remind council, we have 3 overarching goals with our updated housing element. They include 25 policies and 29 implementation programs. Those goals include accelerating housing production, preserving existing housing stock, and furthering fair housing. So under our first goal for accelerating housing, we have 12 programs. I'm not going to give you an update on all of them. That information can be found in the housing element appendix of the staff report. But just a couple updates on some of them. Programs 11 and 12 are actually our settlement programs as well. And so with the infill rezone program, we have those sites identified, as you are aware, and we are working on the environmental process. And then I think staff will be coming back to you shortly to seek your direction on public noticing. And then for 12, it's the mixed income zoning ordinance. That's under the works right now. We have a feasibility study that's underway. And I do want to inform council, which you'll see in your upcoming Friday report, that staff has prepared an FAQ for the development community, not necessarily on the program itself because we don't have the information on the program, but on the applicability of the mixed income zoning ordinance to housing projects. So under goal 2, to preserve housing, just a brief update. So our housing rehabilitation program, which was a carryover from our previous housing element programs, in last reporting year, the city's assisted 19 homeowners with repairs. And then moving on to our fair housing programs, also resources, program 19, resources for special needs households. Last year, the city had provided financial support or committed financial support in the amount of $1.4 million through the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Fund towards the development of the Osmond and Barron Senior Apartments. The city also provided about $51,000 in CDBG program funds to the Marjorie Mason Center. So those are just some brief updates. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and conclude my presentation and recommend that council authorize staff to submit the APR report to the state departments.
Any questions of staff regarding the housing element? Okay. This time we're going to open the public portion. Anyone here to address the council on this item? Seeing none, we'll close that and bring it back to the council. What's the pleasure of the council?
I'll make a motion that we accept and authorize the submission of this report as stated in the staff report.
Get a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries 5-0. Item 11, we're here to, staff is asking for the council to provide direction for the 2025-2026 budget priorities and measure Y. Staff on this is our city manager, Andy Housley.
Thank you, Mayor, and I have Jay joining me as well to be able to answer any questions and help me out as we go through this. So, make sure I click the right way. What we're going to be doing tonight is, our goal is for council to provide staff budget priorities. We're going to review the 5-year forecast briefly, review the Measure Y language briefly, and then ask for guidance on budget priorities in 4 different areas: our service levels, the staffing to meet those service levels, capital investment levels, and our reserves, emergency reserve and fiscal sustainability levels. So just a quick recap of the 5-year forecast. When we came last week, we mentioned that we were 4.5% down on sales tax revenues. The forecast included 3% growth. I'll touch on that in a moment. Our property tax revenues were steady, and expenses are growing faster than inflation. This has been a bit reinforced this last week as we started our budget meetings. We're hearing more and more departments come back with numbers from third parties that charge us fees that they're going up fast. Some wild cards that we're entering into: inflation, but the economy. The chart on the right is the most recent consumer sentiment chart that shows a deep dive in the last month or so of consumer sentiment, which is a big driver of sales tax revenue for us. So it is concerning, and uncertainty is certain as we walk forward. So last week we showed this. This is a forecast without Measure Y. It showed us having about a $5.5 million deficit to what the city needs to operate its general fund, and that's largely what pays for police and fire services, about 87%. Enter Measure Y, which we're very grateful for. The goals of Measure Y, as pulled out from the language right above, are not in any particular order: are maintaining public safety, keeping Clovis safe and clean, retaining small businesses and jobs, protecting local drinking water sources, repairing streets and roads, addressing homelessness, maintaining youth and parks programs, other general services, and expenditure disclosure spent locally and wisely managed. That is what the voters approved. So with that, we forecasted $26 million in revenue to the city. It's officially general fund. The staff will be treating it as a separate fund, so we can account for it separately. And it allows us to have a general fund with adequate resources moving forward. For instance, make sure I got this right, it shows us the operating capital moving forward in the black, as well as after transfers out for things that we need. and ending fund balances of about $5 million throughout the forecast, give or take. It's a huge boost to our community. Historic. So over the past month or so, staff has come to council and come with the following 25-26 budget priorities. So we're going to be focusing on the red box here on this forecast tonight. Goal 1 and Goal 6 are being addressed by our police and fire departments. The police want to bring on 12 positions to restore patrol and specialty units. That would be code enforcement, animal services, youth programs, investigations, traffic, homelessness, and specialty teams, and restoring their support team. Fire has proposed 6.5 units or positions, or 9.5, a squad or an engine, to reduce response times. We also included replacing a truck, restoring our support team for them, as well as setting us up for EMS, emergency medical services response. Goal 2 is keeping Clovis safe and clean. We had 2 positions, to doubling of care for our parks, and also providing some funds to actually make repairs to our parks, to fix those irrigation systems and whatnot. And then Goal 5, repairing streets and roads, 5.5 positions. Additional road maintenance crew being included, and also investment in our traffic units, such as traffic lights, street lights, and design work to make our roads safer. We just talked about Nees Avenue as an example. Goal 7 was maintaining youth and parks programs. We have 2 positions in our senior and recreation center to increase programs and classes to meet demand that we're having. And then Goal 9 was expenditure disclosure, and that was 1.5 positions in our finance department to allow for that accounting to occur and reporting to occur. All goals need additional support. We need facilities assessment, planning and care, support services like IT, personnel, facilities, and fleet, and adequately funding critical reserves. That was 2.5 positions. So how does this look when it rolls out? So question 2 is what level of resources should be targeted? So this chart shows when we allocate out by those goals, not by department, how much is going to each of those. So 92%, a little over $24 million, is going to maintaining public safety. Keeping Clovis safe and clean, that's mostly parks, is 2%. Repairing our streets and roads is 2%. Addressing homelessness is 1%. Maintaining parks, youth and parks program is 1%. And spending disclosure spent locally is 2%. This is out of the $26 million. Yeah.
Sorry, Andy, what does that mean? Spending disclosure?
That is the financial staff and some of the reserve to protect. So that is paying for some accountants.
That's what?
Paying for some accountants to do Measure Y accounting work. Managing the oversight committee, those types of things.
Okay.
When we look at it in a more traditional sense of how we do our budgeting, this is by department. So fire would be at 33%, $8.5 million, police at $15.6 million, and then you can see the other departments there, public utilities at 3, and I won't go through the entire list, but relatively nominal amounts, and these are all based on what the departments proposed over the past month. I just want to make clear, as part of the police and fire and all departments, we have allocated out some critical items.
Andy, can you go back just one slide? So this one, public safety would be 60, 70, 93%?
Yeah.
So if we go by priorities, there's more for public safety. I mean, not by priority, by department.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the reason for that is if you look at this slide, homelessness was broken out. If you added that back into the departments for public safety where PD has some resources going in, that gets you to the number. Just to be clear, we are allocating out to the departments shares of reserves. So for instance, part of the police allocation when we're doing this presentation, we have reserves coming in at $1.5 million. So we need to protect the reserves that protect our staff and our service levels. We also are allocating out future facility needs. We're setting aside money for the future to address critical needs we have, such as some leaky roofs around here. We're setting aside $3.4 million for PD. And then we're maintaining our current services at 24%. Their current staffing request is 14% of that allocation number that was previous to this, at 14%. Also, we're setting aside money for their fleet at 17%. And some equipment and supplies. This particular request is for some radio Because we have about a $5 million shortfall based on current forecasted revenues for this current year, we don't have enough in the current general fund to support what we currently have. That's what that represents.
We can come back to that, okay.
Okay. Fire, a similar chart, where we're setting aside revenues from Measure Y to help protect emergency reserve. Our future facility needs is all pro rata shares, maintaining current services, and their share of fleet. Their staffing is about $2.4 million, and this chart is based on having an engine company, the 9.5 positions. So that was part of question 2. What level of resources should be targeted to achieve service levels? How many positions? Okay. Question 3 is what level of capital investments? We have our facilities on a gross amount, not by department or by goal. $5 million has been proposed to be set aside. That would help us start our facility assessment plan that is underway, but we need to start capitalizing that to make it possible to make improvements. And largely is public safety facilities focused. Fleet, huge public safety needs. It's been underfunded for years, I'm finding, as we're uncovering how much we need to fund fleet adequately. $5.15 million proposed, and that is all public safety. So just a reminder, that was allocated out to the goals, those amounts. Question 4. Our emergency reserve, 19.3% was proposed in the 5-year forecast. Our goal is 20% during the 5-year forecast, and we'd like to get the 25% at some point. Approximately $3 million is needed in 25-26 to get to the 19.3, and this protects public safety and the general fund from a fiscal crisis. And then our fiscal sustainability general fund balance. Goal is 4 to 5% of our general fund expenditures not be allocated out, just be held and ready. That's about $5.5 million needed to get to the 4.5%, and that protects public safety and general fund from revenue expense volatility, which I think is coming our way. This is needed to maintain and protect current operations. This was also allocated out, as well as in those other charts, like we went over in some detail. So what level of reserves should be planned for? Are those reserves targets that we should target for the next budget? So going back to what the goal is, are the service levels that the department is presenting, kind of all those adds, the services being added, are those appropriate? Is council comfortable generally with the staffing levels? This is not a budget meeting per se, as in we need nitty-gritty details, but overall, are we on the right path? Are the capital investment levels appropriate? The $5 million for facilities, the $5.1 million for our fleet, and then the emergency reserve targets, that 20% goal, and then the 4.5% goal. Having that information as a staff will allow us to start building a budget for you. We will then come back to you with another input meeting, letting you know how it's looking, based on we get more and more details on what things are costing and how much revenues we're going to be getting over the next month. We'll be coming back on April 21st, and then the budget hearings will kick off on May 19th with detailed reports to you from every department on what we were able to achieve. That concludes my presentation, and we're going to sit back and see what you have to say. Thank you.
Any questions of staff? Our plan is PD 12 positions, fire 6.5, and a smattering of other smaller numbers at other departments.
Yeah, in the staff report, there's a listing by department. There is 12 positions in PD, that's correct. It's 6.5 or 9.5 in fire, depending on if we can achieve the engine the first year financially versus the squad, and then a smattering across the other departments.
Would we need to do a budget amendment if we do the 9.5, or is that?
It would come to you as part of the budget if that was your direction.
Okay. Okay. This is consistent with what we promised, that the 90% of this is going to public safety. The biggest recipients, 12 positions at PD, 6.5 at fire. This is consistent with what we promised. I'm satisfied.
which one was it? Drew, which one are you satisfied with? I'm kind of confused, so you're satisfied with investment by goals, investment by department?
I'm satisfied with the goals and with the allocation.
So, and just to be clear, all these pie charts are the same exact dollars, it's representing the same thing, just split up in different ways to try and tell the story of where the funds are going. So, what we did after last meeting is we went back and said, let's look at the goals and how are we allocating these amongst the goals that the voters asked for. And not necessarily by department. We got stuck in thinking by department. But I also wanted to show that by department chart because some of us, that's how we traditionally have looked at it.
Okay. Matt, you had questions or comments?
Sorry. No, I was just gonna say, I would be more inclined to have the 9.5 go to fire now. And if that meant taking a little money out of the facility maintenance budget, that's going down and, for future use, I think that would be better, and let Chief get his program started and see what happens.
I think I tried to make like a list of principles that I would follow if I was in charge. But one of the things that I think, I am very worried that we expect 26 million and are spending 26 million.
I am worried too.
So I don't think we should do that.
So, I don't think I have a pie chart to appropriately show it. We go to these slides right here. The emergency reserve is going to be going up by 3 million. And our fiscal sustainability is going to set aside 5.5 million. And then in addition to that, we're setting aside 5 million for facilities, which we need, and 5.15 million for fleet. But we will be setting that aside, seeing how things go, and developing a plan on how to utilize those funds. So we have a pretty significant buffer to protect our operations. We're not spending it all on operations.
Well, that's almost 20 million right there, right? 5 and 5 is 10. What was on the last slide?
5, 5, and 3, so 13.
13 and another
and then
5?
5, yeah.
So you're taking $18 million of the 26 million and not really spending it?
We are taking, well, I would say the 5.5 million that's left in our general fund for sustainability could need to be spent.
Well, so what I think in the world that I live in by day, the forecasts are not great. The economy is not solid.
Mm-hmm.
So I would suggest that in year one of this, we only imagine that we'll have $12 million to spend, or I don't know the number, I'm not an accountant, but I think it's super risky, because what's gonna happen is the things we set aside are what we're never gonna do, and then we're never gonna do what we've never done, then we're never gonna do them, and we're still gonna have old cars and old buildings. So I'm not an accountant, I don't know how to do this, but my sense is to budget like we're gonna spend 26 million. If sales tax falls off, tariffs on cars go up, nobody buys them. I just think we could end up with $13 million in sales tax in year one in these volatile times, which is perfectly more than we have today. I'm not an accountant, but I think it's a high-risk proposition to go in spending that much, or setting aside 15 million, not really just having it as a buffer. Then we don't have a buffer. We're not, you know what I mean? So I guess I just want to put out there, I would start with and I don't think I thought this last time we were together, but I think the world is too uncertain to count on $26 million. So I would be happier at 15 million, or pick a number. I'm not an accountant. And I know it changes it all, I get that, but I think we have to, because there'd be nothing worse than hiring 12 police officers, 6 firefighters, and a partridge in a pear tree, and then going, oh, we're just kidding, we can't afford you. That would be horrible.
Yes, I agree. So if you do expenditure by kind of category, so you erased everything.
Okay.
The different pie charts up.
Erased.
We have staff expenditures or expansion of 6.2 million. Fleet of the 5 million. And reserves or taking care of our current budget of 13 million. So we have pretty significant amount of extra room in here to adjust going forward relative to our staffing and how much we're spending on them relative to what the expectations of Measure Y are.
Again, this is not the place to, because I don't know what I'm talking about. They're not extras. We should take those all out and just spend what we think we're gonna get. I don't know, that worries me, because then they're not gonna be extra. I guess that logic doesn't quite yes, you have all this this buffers in here. Help me, you're an accountant. What am I trying to say? But I don't think we should count on $26 million in year one. I don't know how to get there. I don't know the right percentage. I don't know how to do that. But I do not think that is a smart move, because if we go down that road and then we have a 2008 again and we get $12 million in sales tax, Measure Y tax, it will really have all been for nothing. So I worry about that.
I'd ask Jay to talk about the revenue drop we had during the financial crisis relative to percentages. Off the top of my head, I'm probably going to get it wrong. But I feel, based on what we're putting into staff, we'll have plenty of room to adjust if that's what comes to pass. So, Jay could speak to that.
Yeah, during the recession over the 3-year period, sales tax at that time dropped about 20%. So in today's dollars, now you have your Bradley Burns and you have your Measure Y. That would be $12 million potentially from the high to the low on the sales tax category if that did in fact drop 20%.
So then let's spend $14 million. I don't know what you just said, but that's what I'm trying to get at. Let's start at 14 and work our way back.
It took us 3 years to get there, and I understand exactly what you're saying. I feel like for the benefit of the voters that voted for this, there's some component of maintaining services in there, and that somewhat includes some positions to validate that. The rest of it is putting aside for the future. At some point, you can't grow positions if you don't have a public safety for fire. I do feel like from the accountant side of it, that this is a conservative plan because you have a lot of room to navigate those buckets of money as we develop the capital improvement plan. We're just at its infancy, and one of the options is to do nothing, but I don't think that's what the taxpayers voted for. Part of it is maintaining services just at our levels right now. They may not like that message, but that is in fact what Measure Y is going to start doing, is making sure that I'm not sitting here asking for position cuts and freezes and cutting travel, training, all those things that go with the positions. But I do feel like in this case, with the new Measure Y money coming on, this is a conservative plan for building for the future.
Well, I'll be interested in our citizens out there. I don't know what that sounds like to you, but I guess if you get my point, I don't know how to get there, but I think they would, taxpayers, I'm a taxpayer, I would feel worse if we planned big and then said, we only have $12 million. And I guess in my mind, it just defeats the purpose to have all this extra, because I don't want to have that as the reason I want to plan to spend. I don't know, that's like I might get a big tax refund, but if I don't, then I still count on. I don't know, that doesn't quite work for me. But again, that's not my area of expertise. So just hear me that I think it's too generous of revenue. I think it's too risky in my mind. Now, I kind of get what you're saying about, well, we wouldn't do cars and we wouldn't do this, and I think it's a risk.
I understand.
Yeah.
I do think that I did mention a couple weeks ago that really the 5-year forecast for me is just this first year getting through it, adding some bodies in desperately needing areas, readjusting and see where we're at a year ago. My plan is not to spend or anything other than plan for a majority of that money, and if it doesn't come in, positions will look different next year. There won't be less, but they're just in a sense that we're not going to reduce, but we may not add. That's a reality of where we're at. But I do think that the requests from the departments are reasonable based off of the new tax measure, and I think it kind of meets the best that we can right now, the expectations that may be out there from the taxpayer, including myself.
Well, I'm going to leave it to the taxpayers in the audience to tell us if that makes sense or not. That's my only comment right now.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, so I have two basic questions. One is a math question. On the slide that broke down fire specifically, and then on the staff report that kind of broke down the request in written form, we have half a GIS specialist as a non-sworn professional position for $60,000. And then I too support the engine crew option for $9.5. So we have 9 firefighters at $1.845 million, 3 captain promotions, $20,000, 3 engineer promotions, $30,000. When I add that math up, I don't get to the $2,465,000, I get to $1,955. So what am I missing? And then, well, answer that first, and then I'll ask my other question.
Yeah, so we saw that, Paul and I, as we were sitting here right before the meeting. It was too late to correct it.
Okay.
There was a $500,000 squad truck included in the staff line, and it should have been in the fleet line. So the pie stays correct, it's just the
percentage and the money.
The pie pieces need to shift a little bit.
Okay, well, that helps.
It was a Excel sheet error that we caught like at 5:55.
Okay, that helps that question. My second question is, we're specifically talking about Measure Y, and so whether it is 15 million, 26 million, whatever it might be, what part of some of this is just like what our regular, like the without Measure Y part, like how would we be funding some of these things? And so when we look at, you know, whether it's parks or police, fire, what we see in front of us with the pie charts and everything is specific to Measure Y money, or where is this separation? What is the, I mean, when we're talking about the complete budget, we're talking about what we would have had plus Measure Y, so how does that all factor into this conversation?
So Measure Y represents either protection of positions that would have been needed to be adjusted if Measure Y didn't pass, or expansions of service, and that is what it's solely focused on. So, for instance, in the police budget, we have about a $3.9 million need to protect their current service levels, and we have $2.1 million in additional staffing, and then we're setting aside emergency reserve. The future facility needs is being set aside to be planned for in the fleet. So that's how that would play out.
So, and maybe this is a little bit to Lynn's point too, as far as like, it seems like we're adding up to a lot more than, you know, 26 million as we look at all of this. So in these colored pie charts, the police one there, are you saying that some of this, when you add up all these dollar numbers, some of this is represented by, I don't even know what to call it, we'll just call it like regular budget? And then, then some of it is representative of Measure Y?
So this is all Measure Y revenue.
This is all Measure Y.
Yeah. So that was police budget. Police portion of Measure Y is 15.6 million, and then this chart breaks that up.
Okay. That's a super good question, though. Because the police budget is more than this.
Oh, correct. This is just new Measure Y money coming in.
So I think that's a super good question. Maybe, I don't know, that's why I'm confused, because this isn't the whole department budget.
No.
It's probably a mistake to think that's all we have, because it's actually more than this.
If you look at how much we spend on the general fund currently on this chart in the forecast, we have public safety at 92 million.
So it's 92 plus the pie chart.
So this includes Measure Y for 25, 26, the revenues and expenses. But if you go back to 23, 24, for instance, you can see that we had a public safety expenditure of 77 million. So we're seeing the growth in revenues and growth in expenditures or reserves, what have you.
Did you have more questions, Diane?
Good question, Diane.
I think that's where I am for now.
Andy, with what you are asking us with these question 1, 2, 3, 4s, so if we increase, so you asked about, okay, what should be the reserve? So if we say, no, get it to 25, then it shifts all these other pie charts, right?
Something's got to give, yep.
And what you're giving us is the recommended only, even though you're still asking the question.
That was what was in the forecasted, and then I'm looking for feedback, any adjustments to make so that we hit the right target for you coming back in the budget.
Okay.
Or tell you that we couldn't hit it and here's why.
And then the one that you have with sort of the investments by department, whether it's by goals or department, is everyone still getting, can you tell us who lost?
So,
or did everybody get what they asked for?
What was presented to you in the slides before on positions and meeting those goals, everybody, that is represented by this.
Oh. And then there's still almost 93 public safety, but everybody, all the departments are happy.
I wouldn't say happy, but maybe
but
encouraged.
They got
encouraged. Like, as a past department head, we've been operating in a land of scarcity for so long. This is a complete mind shift for us, and how do we learn how to invest well and set aside well and build for the future? We've been very focused on that for the past 2 months, 2.5 months, and this is a result of that. I have to give credit to our department heads for making this all come together.
My other question is, the current split is about only 87, 86, public safety?
Yeah, about 87, it varies
87?
somewhere in there. Yeah.
So we're actually measure-wise going above and beyond. We're at 93.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
But I think I might have said the wrong thing though, because when you went back to that, the most Excel spreadsheet would look like that. That number, 92 million, wherever you said that, wherever that was. Yeah. That includes Measure Y. So it's not 26 million plus that number includes Measure Y.
Correct.
So how much of our regular budget would we, I mean, without Measure Y, would we have hired any new police officers? I think Kurt, it says 12, and what do you got, any?
Yeah, so this forecast right here shows us being negative both this current year, operationally 4 million, after some very minimal transfers that we have to do for a few things, 5.5 million. So we would have lost 5.5 million worth of services without Measure Y.
So it wouldn't necessarily have been, I see, so we wouldn't have hired any new officers, we would have cut back somewhere.
We would have to make adjustments, and I'm glad we're not having that conversation at this moment. Very grateful.
And to Lynn's question earlier, a lot of this is by percentage already, so even if it's not 26, it'll still sort of break out just by a smaller, but I'm seeing that there's some that we're gonna need to support no matter what, sort of these maintaining, we're gonna have to support that, but everything is by percentage also.
The maintaining is critical to keeping our current operations. If Measure Y came in lower, we wouldn't hit our target for, say, putting as much into the facilities account or into fleet. Those are things that we're hoping to build over time. They're huge down payments. They're probably not enough for facilities, just being frank. Like, we probably need more, but we could adjust those over time to reach big picture goals. So that's where we have some margin, some buffer, whatever word you want to use, to adjust to the market as it changes to our economy.
I have another question. So how does some of this, because it's an entire fiscal year, but some of these things, whether it's, I know like public safety has to do recruiting and processes for hiring, and fleet, there's aspects of it that can have long build times and all of that. So how can we assess what these needs are based on maybe like partial year? Because if we like allocate the funds starting, this, at the beginning of the fiscal year, but it's not capable of being taking care of the position filled or whatever until, fall or January or something like that, how does that factor into the availability and the flexibilities?
Yeah, the 5-year forecast does things as one body, one whole year. That's how that tool works. Budget, we'll be coming back to you with a much more refined plan and show you exactly, we think it's going to cost us much because that position is going to come on board after recruitment at month 6 of the year. Same for purchasing a vehicle. We're going to set the money aside, and then we'll have the money available to purchase it when we actually receive it. So that is a much more refined process that we're starting to work through as a staff, but we're not quite ready to say exactly how much it's going to cost. That's why these are general targets at this point.
Any other questions?
I think the only thing I would just say, I do think that, I don't know if I saw it in this new iteration, but I do think Fire Station 7 can't wait till 2030, so I think I said that last time. I think that needs to be sooner.
And just a point of clarity on Fire Station 7 does have revenues available to it through our development impact fee account, and it is part of the capital plan for next year to get working on it.
I couldn't see that, but I think that,
it's not a Measure Y expense at this point.
That was important to me, and then, anyway, but I think, I don't know where, like, the remodel of the library should we acquire, the courthouse, where that fits. I know that that detail's not in here. So those are the kinds of things, like some investment in infrastructure, I think is super important. Otherwise,
so we're hoping over the 5-year forecast to have 23 million of Measure Y dollars available for facility improvements. we're undergoing a plan right now to assess every structure the city owns and
I
come
hope
back.
not that one that fell down out there, because it doesn't look so good.
We got that one off the books.
That's so sad.
And that would come back to council with, here's the condition of our facilities, here's critical, here's our space needs, and to come up with an actual plan that we can start implementing. Because of lack of funds, we've just been bouncing to crisis on facilities for too long. That'll give us a roadmap, and frankly, I think it's gonna cost us more than $23 million. Maybe it's gonna take us 10 years of funding to get where we wanna be facility-wise. Thankfully, we have a city that's gonna be here for another 100 years, and we have time to get there. But it took us 20-plus years to get here. It's gonna take us a little bit of time to work our way out of some of those issues.
Any other questions or direction for the staff? Annie, this is separate from the numbers. For me, I want to develop, or I want from the departments to show me measurables. We're gonna throw all this money here. What are we getting for 140 officers? Because if we can't report back, then why are we spending? I'm gonna build a park instead. So in other words, I think the two chiefs has to be able to go, hey, don't expect too much, we're just putting in this thing for a fire station, so that way it's realistic, so we can go, okay. Or, no, you get these squads, it'll help here, but don't expect it here yet, because we can't get there. So that way it's realistic to the public. And same thing with Chief Fleming. I got all these squads, look at the crime numbers, look at all the things we are trying to be able to help, look how many youth we are helping now. I think we need those tangible reports back, other than just, we got the bodies, we got the engines. And so there has to be something, and I don't know where and how we do that, but I think it'll be beneficial, at least for me as one council member here, and I think for the public, whether it's in Chief's yearly report. You know, hey, last year, remember, we didn't have Measure Y, this is how it was, this is what I've given back to the community and I developed. And same thing with fire, these are the things we've had. Even if it's just employee morale is up, you know, those are important things to know. And so help us with that, at least for me.
The first step in that is coming back at budget presentation time and having department heads give you direct reports on what they're proposing in the budget to use and how that would be used. And that would be the first step in creating that expectation, as we referred to.
Any other questions? Okay, at this time we'll go ahead and open the public portion. You've been waiting as long as us, Mr. Rollins. Okay.
Am I on? There we go. The budget process is always so much fun. Eric Rollins, I'm on Ashcroft Avenue in Clovis. You've heard it enough times, I probably don't have to repeat the rest of it. I think the big thing for me is that we stick to the percentage idea. I like that, because all the rest of it is somewhat of a guess because we don't know how much money's coming in. So if we made the percentages the goal, and that goal got us to a higher percentage of the budget, because more Measure Y is going to go towards emergency services, while I might not be perfect in my eyes, okay, that's better. If I heard correctly, we're somewhere around 86% of the budget is emergency services currently. So if we got to 93, again, we are not sure what that 93 really means because we don't know how much money it represents, but if it represents a percentage, okay. I like that thinking. I will certainly hope for and pray for, as a small business owner, a better economy so that both the city and myself will be doing better. I thank you for this time.
Thank you, Eric.
Can I ask you a question, Eric?
Eric, question.
If you don't mind. That 93% is people and cars and computers and a desk and a gun and a drone. Are you okay that it's the collective investment in public safety like that? It's not necessarily a person in a car?
I don't know that it has to be a person in the car,
Okay.
but when I hear things like, well, we could use it for a park, that
Okay.
bothers me.
Okay. But
I understand that public safety might be that you need an infrastructure
yeah.
to support whatever aspects of public safety that, you know, it's not just the vehicles, it's the staff person behind the person on the street if it's police, or it might be the dispatcher for the fire department that doesn't actually go out to the fires. I
The
get
records clerk.
all of that is needed
Okay.
for them to work effectively.
Okay. Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that the bigger number, the bigger umbrella was okay in your mind. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Eric.
Hey, how you, this is late evening. Brian Wilson, 469 Bergen. With all that the 24-25 budget had with this money here, if the departments were to look at places to save, one of my big pet peeves is that big fire truck running down the road with a big ladder on it, going to a medical aid, turning around and coming back. You're looking at $1.5 million piece of equipment that's just getting worn out, not doing what it was designed to do, really. It's not an ambulance. It's a fire truck. So I think with the squads or the engines, having them put in their place, that savings down the road, you don't realize it for 20 years, but that savings down the road. I'm really in favor of the percentage issue. That way the numbers come in, you just change it up a little bit. It sounds like there's a really good, adequate backup plans in place. I'm very conservative on the fiscal side of things. I do understand parks need some, water needs some, you know, all the departments need a little of something, and it can all be relative to the safety and security of the city of Clovis. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brian.
Bill Scott, 43 Acacia, or 341 Evergreen in Clovis. You've got on page 8, here it's 18. I don't know what your number is, but just go back a couple of pages. On
the slides?
Yeah. I think it's 2 pages back from the end. There you go, that one. I want you to add something up there. Take number 1 and make it 2 and 2.3 and 3.4, and put another one up there on the very top. No new taxes, right? Period. You guys are going to go into a private meeting tonight with what it says is negotiators for your unions, and every one of them are going to say, "Hey, we got a big pot of money we want to raise," and you're talking about, well, what happens if we don't get the 26? Well, we give them all their big raise and we don't get 26. We're going to be right back at the same place we were, and you're going to be coming to us again. We want more money. And I'm just running out of money to give you. So, do you think, when I first came to this area, when I first moved into the Fresno area, sales taxes were 4 cents. Okay, we've doubled it now. And it used to be a safe city. So what's happened now, we got twice as much money, and we're worried about trying to make it a safe city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Anyone else? No? Okay. Go ahead and close the public portion. Andy, what are you looking for?
I guess, so just a takeaway for me is that there's interest in pursuing having the engine crew for fire. That's clear, and all the other targets that were put in place, presented to you, are agreeable as goals for us to achieve. So if I have that, if I have that consensus, then we'll move forward on building a budget for you and report back in about a month on how it's going, if we have any major issues that we want to talk to you about.
Okay.
I just wanted to make a couple additional points. One, I think that the feedback from last time that resulted in these new pie charts, fantastic. I think that whole concept of the percentages really helps people understand. Now, I will say it's slightly confusing going back and forth among them, but that's my deal. So I think it's really great. I think it's very helpful, not just hopefully for us, but I think for the public also, to have a clearer understanding that how it all works together. So I think that was really helpful. The one kind of caveat to the idea of the percentages that I'll throw out there is just, particularly when it comes to our public safety departments, there's concrete numbers to give them what they need as far as these positions and, you know, an engine and things like that. And so if we only look at the percentages, we're going to wind up telling them to order 1/3 of an engine because we didn't get the percentage we were looking for. And so that, obviously, that's not entirely realistic. So I think that, like, Plan A, the percentage is a great guide, blueprint for it. But as one council member, my absolute priority is get police what they need, get fire what they need, and frankly, I think we have to get finance what they need, because that's almost like a linchpin to all the rest of it. And so I want to make sure that those things absolutely, you know, the floor for it all. That's my personal opinion. I would hope and love to see that the percentages work out so we can do all those other things, because they are all valuable. They all contribute to that big, big, big umbrella of public safety in a great city and all of that. And so with absolutely no disrespect to any of the other departments, because it all works together. But as far as this Measure Y money, those are my thoughts as far as priorities and the balancing of percentages and actual dollar figures that we can't fluctuate with.
Any other comments? Okay, yeah, your direction, Andy? Good?
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, that concludes all the public hearing stuff and administrative stuff. Now, city manager comments.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring to council's attention that Assembly Bill 1333, the council had provided consensus on, I think last meeting. That bill was pulled. It was the bill that was changing self-defense laws in the state of California. Staff is coming back with the other two at a future meeting, but that one at this point is off the books. And then I just wanted to highlight a few events. We have our next Meet the Mayor event, the final stop at Woods Elementary, this coming Thursday. And then I couldn't resist but have more dogs on the screen. That might be helpful after the Measure Y discussion. So this Saturday we have the Letterman Dog Park grand ribbon cutting, and then we also have a kitten shower. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mayor.
Okay. Moving up to council comments. Councilmember Basco?
Just two things. One, I did the polar plunge on Saturday and survived. It was very cold. Not the smartest thing I've done in a while, but I managed. Yeah. The other thing is I wanted to bring to council is the idea of electronic signage, and bringing it back to council to have an agenda item on that in the future to look at seeing whether or not we can direct staff to consider changing the ordinance as it exists now, and give, you know, direction to staff to do that in the future. So council would be in consensus of doing something like that.
If I may, Mayor,
Andy,
if I can clarify, is this electronic billboards or just like electronic? Okay, thank you.
I agree.
We have consensus?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So we have that, Andy? Is that okay?
We'll put it on the list.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Okay. Councilmember Bessinger?
Nothing to report for prior, but tomorrow we have a conference call with CARB regarding our electric vehicle requirements. And so I'm looking forward to hopefully having a reasonable conversation and come up with some solutions. Staff did a really good job responding to the flurry of emails today regarding the NEES project. I appreciate their help. And it's St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day, and I'm wearing green. The rest of you get pinched.
Hey.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. That's all I have.
Okay. Councilmember Ashby?
Just a couple things. Sorry about my meltdown on the agenda. This is just insane, so I apologize for my meltdown. Andy, did we want to mention help me, the rescue mission event at the Well Community Church?
Yeah, we were planning on buying a table at the rescue mission, similar to other entities that we support in town, like Habitat for Humanity, to buy a table at their event. It's being held here in Clovis, so we have an opportunity to support them. If you want to attend, we'll get the information out to you.
Okay. And then, I was surprised to read in the Friday report that we have a new community center. What?
So the old senior center is being used as overflow space, and they just wanted to put a name on it temporarily.
What happened to the law school library?
They walked away from the deal sometime last year. Yeah.
Oh, did we know that?
Yeah.
I think.
Did you know that?
Well, yeah, I'm on the law
Well, you're on the
school
board, but I don't know,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
We didn't have
So,
names for it.
we have an opportunity to look at what that space could be used for as part of our facility assessment plan, and we'll be coming back with some ideas.
Oh, well,
But in the interim,
community
it's gonna be
center.
filled with people dancing and doing great things.
Let's make it a youth center for kids, our youth center. And then I want to just make a comment. I'm not going to read what I wrote, but I was super frustrated. I want to talk just a second about the move to districts, and I want to thank people that submitted maps. I think that was important, and I appreciate that. And I think most of us, we went through the whole process and we landed on 502 or 503 or whatever that was. So I think that was really good. I just want to put a little sunshine on the late-minute maps, and I don't know if anyone paid attention to this, but 2 of those last 3 maps were submitted by owners or editors of so-called media outlets in our community. And I just find that kind of beyond the pale of unacceptable. So what I want to know is, would they have covered the district election if their map had been chosen? Would they not have covered it? Did they have any political motives? I have no idea. But somehow we live in a region where nobody questions, there's no press, there's no curiosity, there's no journalism, and I'm disappointed, I think, as a citizen. So I just want to say that, put a little sunshine on, 2 of our 3 late-minute maps were from media outlets in our community, and I just find that, I don't know, that's the little incremental stuff that slips away. So I just want to say for the record, super disappointed. They haven't covered the stories. Now I'm not surprised. I see why. And I just, I'm not going to accept that kind of behavior, and I was very disappointed. So I just want to say that for the record.
Mayor Pro Tem Pierce?
I have nothing.
On Saturday, Drew and I attended a flag retirement from the, is it VFW? Yeah, so, they
Any place is warmer than where you are.
Yeah, that was actually a huge event. Must be hundreds of flags, and appreciate the 2 officers who came representing Clovis PD. So 2 young gentlemen were there, and Drew and I got a chance to retire 2 flags each overall. So they did a great job. It was just a lot of people. People were lined up, maybe 40 people at least in line to try to. Yeah, a lot of kids out, so excellent event. And then, thank you, Councilmember Basco, for being at the session last Thursday. I know it rained, so every time it rains, people don't come out as much. 3? 4. 4. So this next one, please come out to Woods.
So far, mine has the most people.
Yeah.
We're going to compete here. So far, I'm winning. It was a transit.
A transit.
Stop it.
And that's all I have, and we're gonna go now into closed session. We have 2 items. One is conference with labor negotiators, and the second is public employee performance evaluation. Any comments from the public on this? Okay. We have 1 comment.
Okay, this is number 3.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Right? Okay, you guys are going into a closed session with the bargaining units. And one of the things I've always seen dealing with government bargaining units is you have on one side, the unions are trying to talk you into giving them money, but the unions have all had something to do with you guys getting elected. I want to know who's in there that represents me. Right? I'm not accusing you guys of doing anything, but if you have the police department say they stand behind Diane Pierce during the campaign, well, she's going to think about that when it comes time to run again. She'd like to have them back. I would like to see some way that we can have somebody who represents me in those negotiations that's not so easily in the back of their head thinking, well, they're going to get these, whatever it is they're asking for. So I hope to see you Thursday night. So I haven't been able to make it because Thursday night I'm in Civil Air Patrol, and that's when our meeting is. So, but I'm going to take one off to come and talk to you this
Please come by.
Can
Thursday.
I just say for the record?
Yes.
Just for the record, I was supported by none of our city unions.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. I just kind of assumed it, and I know what that means.
So.
Okay. Well,
just
think about me while you're talking to them.
Thank you. Anyone else?
comment on our closed session items? Okay, thank you very much. Will we have anything to report out, Scott?
We're not asking for, action tonight on either item that wouldn't require a report,
Okay.
so no reports.
And, all right, and do we announce we're going or no? Okay, and we'll go ahead and move into closed session now.